Things can happen, like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The next Independent Lens offers a glimpse into the lives of the immigrant workers who sustain the elite horse racing industry at Churchill Downs. Watch Backside, the unseen hands of horse racing, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
More than half the grades given out at Harvard are A's. To students, these are all well-earned.
It's a farce to say that there's nothing distinguishing Harvard students just because we all have A's.
To faculty, the standard waters down the achievement that A's should represent.
I can give an A- and almost inevitably face a bitching, whining, complaining, entitled student in my office. Or I can give an A and not have to bother, and I can get back to my work.
I'm Kirk Carapezza. That story later today on GBH's All Things Considered.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM. We'll start the show with the latest out of Lebanon with Imran Riza, the United Nations Humanitarian coordinator there, zooming in from Beirut as Israel continues attacks in southern Lebanon. Then we'll open up phone and text lines. Latest insane behavior, including comparing himself to Jesus Christ, attacking the Pope, and more. We keep discussing his actions as if he's a sane leader, when his actions surely tell us otherwise. What do you make of it?
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll hear from former Massachusetts Education Secretary Paul Reville and Brian McGrory, editor of the Boston Globe, uncovering Trump in 2026 and the rise of AI. Finally, since today is National Scrabble Day, we're going to open the phone and text lines to humor-noted Wordle wordsmith Jim Browdy over there, who thinks it's really too easy for him, but he occasionally plays anyway. What do word games mean to you? Call or text next. Boston Public Radio.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. About an hour ago, the U.S. Navy was to start blockading the Strait of Hormuz, the waterway to the Persian Gulf. It was being controlled by Iran. This has given Iran effective control over much of the world's crude oil supply. Peace talks between the U.S. and Iran fell apart over the weekend. These were supposed to shore up the shaky ceasefire. President Trump says the U.S. will eliminate any Iranian ships that come near the blockade. The ceasefire does not apply to Israel's attacks on Lebanon. Israel continues to hit southern Lebanon, forcing well over 1 million Lebanese to flee. Israel says it is targeting Hezbollah. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu crossed into southern Lebanon yesterday. NPR's Lauren Freyer reports he said Lebanese citizens in the region will not be allowed to return home.
Netanyahu's defense minister was there with him as well, said the goal is to do to Lebanon what Israel did to Gaza. He said they're destroying homes so that Hezbollah cannot use them. And the Lebanese government says Israel has already destroyed around 40,000 homes in the past 35 days.
NPR's Lauren Freyer reporting. In the U.S., increasing gas prices have drivers accelerating their efforts to try to find savings. NPR's Amy Held reports motorists are finding them at gas stations on Native American reservations.
In the month after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran, U.S. gas prices soared 21%. That's the biggest increase in the government's decades of tracking.
Now I'm on the hunt.
Jenna Lewis says she drove nearly a half hour to the Tulalip Reservation north of Seattle to save 55 cents a gallon.
It's worth it to fill up once a week. That'll get me through the week.
It's one of hundreds of reservation gas stations across the U.S., with many offering some of the cheapest fuel prices because they're not subject to state taxes. Those range from 9 cents a gallon in Alaska to as high as 71 cents in California, across the 35 states with federally recognized Native American tribes. Now gas apps are sending more bargain humps. Amy Held, NPR News.
Many Hungarian Americans have cheered the voting defeat of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban over the weekend. As NPR's Frank Langfitt reports from San Diego, some say the loss has left the U.S.
I was chatting with Anna Haidu and fellow Hungarian Americans by phone when they heard Orban had conceded.
That's incredible. This gives hope to our generation that we can actually make change, and democracy is not dead.
Political scientists say Orban crafted an authoritarian playbook that tilted the electoral playing field to keep his party in power. Haidu, an administrative assistant in La Jolla, said Hungarian voters overwhelmed that playbook.
They were the ones who finally had the courage to speak up and show up.
Turnout was the largest since Hungary became a democracy more than 3 decades ago. Frank Langford, NPR News, San Diego.
This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Healy administration has officially submitted an application to the federal government for blizzard relief funding. The administration announced late last week that cities, towns, and state governments spent nearly $150 million in response to hurricane-force winds and record amounts of snow that fell during the February storm. Cape and Island Senator Julian Sear says he's hopeful that FEMA will hear their request.
Reading tea leaves on what FEMA may do here is above my pay grade. We've made the case in Massachusetts that this, the severity of this storm was very significant, and certainly this has come at a time when so many of our towns are already stretched.
Municipalities throughout the Commonwealth could be reimbursed if FEMA accepts. Storm damage did not meet a threshold for individual homeowners to get compensated. And legislators on Beacon Hill considering a ban on religious waivers that exempt children from routine immunizations. With 1,068 total, the number of religious waivers this school year is the highest number on record here in Massachusetts. Almost 10% of kindergartners in Dukes County, which covers Martha's Vineyard, have a vaccine exemption. According to the Department of Public Health, 7 of 14 counties in Massachusetts have failed to meet the 95% vaccination threshold for herd immunity against measles compared to 5 counties the year before. And nearly 200 more kindergartners this year received religious exemptions from required vaccinations, an increase from last year of 23%. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Pew Charitable Trusts, sharing about the state of housing in America on the After the Fact podcast, available at pewtrusts.org/, and the Doris Duke Foundation.
Jim Brady. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM. We are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Programming note, we're going to be at the Boston Public Library tomorrow, joined by CNN's John King, Iraq War veteran Mike Prisner, about the conscientious objectors to war going on now with Iran. On April 28th, we have 2 big political guests. The governor is going to join us, and the mayor is going to join us. Both of them will be with us on Tuesday, April 28th, also at the Boston Public Library. Good morning, Jim.
Hey there, Marjorie. We'll start the show with what NPR led its national news with minutes ago, the latest on the situation in Lebanon, where the AP is reporting fierce fighting continues today in the south between Israeli troops and Hezbollah militants. So far, the United Nations estimates more than 1 million people have been displaced as a result of the fighting, huge numbers of whom are children. Imran Riza is the United Nations Deputy Special Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator for Lebanon. He joins us on Zoom to discuss the humanitarian crisis there, ahead of scheduled rare direct talks between Israel and Lebanese officials this week in Washington. Imran Riza, we really appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us.
Well, thank you. Good to be with you.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. As Jim just said, we heard more about devastating news out of Lebanon about the tens of thousands displaced out of their homes, the children being hurt, the comparisons between what happened in Gaza and what could happen in Lebanon. So give us a sense of the humanitarian crisis at hand.
Well, we have about, I think it's close to 1.3 million displaced people that have fled their homes from the south, from certain areas in the Bekaa Valley, and a lot from the southern suburbs of Beirut as well. As you may recall, we had this in 2024 as well. We had 3 months of a huge escalation at that point. And many of these same people were displaced then. And then they went back to their homes. They didn't really get recovery or reconstruction happening or any sense of safety in these last 15 months of the cessation of hostilities. And since the 2nd of March, again, had a huge escalation. And many of your listeners would have probably seen some of the images from last Wednesday that were really horrific in in Beirut, which created what has already been a panic for some time, a fear and anxiety. But what happened last Wednesday, where you had over 300 people killed in a day, and it underlined the huge cost on civilians that this conflict has been having.
Shortly after the ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire, was announced, and Israel said that it didn't believe that it was part of the deal vis-a-vis Lebanon, and Trump confirmed that. Trump says he reached out to Netanyahu and asked him to tone down the bombing. Is there any evidence that the attacks on southern Lebanon have been less intense since Trump allegedly made this request?
I have absolutely nothing on that. I'm afraid I can't talk to that. What I can say is that the day that ceasefire was announced, and there was all that confusion that you're talking about whether Lebanon was it or not, the next morning, which was the 8th, a lot of people started moving south, thinking that they could go home. Some of these people that were moving down south also got hit and got killed in that. So there's a great deal of confusion amongst people as to what applies or does not apply. What has happened since last Wednesday is in Beirut, where I am right now, it's been relatively quiet compared to what we saw on Wednesday. But in the south, your reporters were talking about earlier, there's a huge escalation, a huge kinetic activity happening. And what that again underlines, we were talking earlier about 1.2, 1.3 million people displaced. They are thinking, when can we go home? Will we be able to go home? And the more that they hear about destruction, and the more they hear about the inaccessibility of their villages and their homes, the longer they're thinking of this displacement, a very protracted situation, which of course is going to be hugely difficult for all of us.
We're talking to Imran Riza, who is the United Nations Deputy Special Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator for Lebanon. It's very hard. I was about to say one of the most painful parts of this from afar, and they're all painful, is we've spoken regularly with one of your colleagues, Olga Cherevko from Gaza City, about the toll on children there. We know about the United States apparently bombing this children's school in Iran. We know about the toll that has been taken on kids in Ukraine. A huge percentage, from what I understand, of the casualties and the displacements have been children. What are those numbers like?
Look, about a third, so let's say about close to 400,000 of are children.
Oh my God.
They are children. The numbers that have been killed, it's close to 250, I believe, now. So again, about a quarter of the people. Not a quarter, because it's now well over 2,000 that have been killed. But many children have suffered in this. The displaced, the collective shelters that we're using right now, that the Lebanese government has made available, are mainly public schools. So you have this double whammy, in a sense, on that, not just being displaced, but those that are going to their schools, able to go to those schools. And the level, I've gone to many shelters, I've visited a lot of this, the level of sort of trauma that's there, not just amongst the kids, but amongst their parents who feel they can't protect them, is huge. So, we talk about food and health and water and all these sort of relief initiatives that we have to do, these interventions that we have to do. Psychosocial support is hugely important also right now.
What is the state in terms of food and medicine and being able to supply those sorts of things to the people that are displaced and in these shelters?
Lebanon has gone through a whole series of crises since 2019. So it's been one crisis after the other, including COVID, the Beirut blast, the financial crisis, the escalation of 24 and then now. The humanitarian community we've gone through our own crisis over the last year and a half in terms of cuts and funding and, us being much weaker than we used to be. So overall, the ability to respond to the needs right now is much less. And as you know very well, we have a multitude of crises around the world that are going on at this time. So, and with this current escalation, what we've seen since the US-Iran war started, we've seen the cost of everything also go up, and the supply chains get very affected. So what we're able to do is far more difficult and far more expensive right now without the resources coming in.
You talked about the trauma. She discussed this with Olga, too, about how it isn't like a light switch. The bombing ends and things return to normal. That's assuming you even have a house to return to. But how long-lasting this is. Even among those who are not in southern Lebanon, what's the state of mind about the Lebanese people? Is there a sense of hope that some ends, or is there a perception that this is a relentless, endless cycle that they're going to have to try to survive?
I think a lot of people had hope at the beginning of last year, at the beginning of 2025, when there was a new president, President Aoun, who came in. There was a new government with Prime Minister Salam. There was a great deal of hope and optimism at that time. The reality of the cessation of hostilities that was declared in November of 24 not really fully applying, and then this escalation happening right now, I think is, in a sense, one step too far in the famous resilience that everyone talks about in terms of Lebanese. I've worked here. Time was from 2001 to 6, and there was a war in 2006. I was here also. I've been here a number of times and unfortunately seen very difficult moments in Lebanon's history. But always there were people who were, being optimistic, looking for what the light at the end of the tunnel was in this and working towards this. This time, I think many of us don't see that and see it at this time. So it is, and that's why the psyche of the population is I think much grayer at this time.
One of the stories that struck me about the grimness here was a story. I think this is a UN story about refugees who left Syria during war-torn Syria during the tragedy over there, came to Lebanon. Thought they were going to be okay, at least for a while, and now and some of these are pregnant women with their children going back to Syria to seek safety. That's extreme.
Yeah, I think the region, what's happened over the last year and a half has been quite seismic here in a way. In some sense, there was a lot of hope for Syria, right? A lot of people thought that this was the time, and many people have gone back. But some of them have gone back pretty much under duress because of what was happening over here. The ones that you're talking about in that sense. But it is, the scale of what we've been seeing since, now it's 6 weeks, is really something completely unprecited.
You mentioned the Beirut blast a few years back, which wasn't a war thing. It was an explosion that was, materials were left where they shouldn't have been left. But there was that huge explosion and many people lost their apartments. And I remember reading then, this is not life and death, but in some ways it's very devastating, that a lot of the people that own those apartments, there was not insurance. They couldn't go to their insurance company and get help rebuilding their homes. I'm wondering if that's something that's generally true in Lebanon, and if not, how do people, if there isn't insurance like we have here, what do people do?
Preceding the Beirut blast, there was what happened at the end of 2019 and the financial crisis, the banking crisis. And call or not, but at that point, all the savings that people had in the banks were frozen.
Yes.
So they had no access to their money. And that has not changed. They still have not got that. So they don't have their savings. They don't have their bank accounts. That they lost a lot at that time. On top of it, you have all the insurance issues and this. So it is, and it goes back to what you were asking before. At this point, I think people are really not seeing where the light is, how to come out of this. The displaced keep hearing about the destruction that's happening in the south and about villages being destroyed. And certainly when one watches the news, you see a lot of images of what's happening. And these are quite definitive destructions that are happening of villages down there. Where are these people going to go back to? It is very, very difficult.
It's also, I should say, it's very hard for Israel to make an argument that this is Hezbollah targeted. Whole villages are destroyed. And by the way, if some people want to see any of the incredible destruction, the Christina Goldbaum from the New York Times, the bureau chief in Beirut, who I'm assuming you know, is posted some incredible visuals in the last couple of days about Tyre and some other places in Lebanon. You know, I know people who do what you do don't like answering kinds of questions because it's all about the people you serve. When a people who you do serve are being devastated and, as you said, are losing hope if they still have it to begin with, how do you do what you do? How do you deal with the state of mind of someone working to ameliorate the circumstances when they're perceived to be as painful as they are?
What has struck me throughout my career in lots of different situations, and certainly a lot in Lebanon, is how strong the people are that we're serving, that we're working with. And so you, in fact, you get a sense off of that. I mean, it's a two-way thing. They are very appreciative of what we're trying to do, running these convoys in the south, the people that are still remaining in the south, WFP, UNICEF, etc., trying to deal with water, trying to get food down there. So they're appreciative, but when we get there and we see how they are, we really admire their strength. You get a lot from that. And so it is, I think when you're in that is, and you feel that's your mission. That's what you have to be trying to help them with. You have to get them to move to the next stage, hoping that at some point you do get that light at the end of the tunnel. Right now, everyone wants de-escalation. Everyone wants that. That's a political process. It's something I'm not directly involved in at all. And we're waiting for that. In the meantime, what we need to do is assist them, but also really call for respect for international humanitarian law. That has been also one of the worst aspects of all of this, last time as well and this time. The number of first responders, the number of medics, the number of, journalists as well, that have been killed.
Peacekeepers from the UN.
Peacekeepers are peacekeepers from the UN. So all of that, we keep saying that. Just last night, there was a medic with the Lebanese Red Cross who was on a humanitarian mission, and his ambulance got hit, and he's dead today. So those have been our calls. It's been to have access, to have respect for international humanitarian law, obviously wanting de-escalation and the political process to take hold. And in the meantime, resources, funding. We need funding in order to be doing what we're trying to do.
Imran, Riza, is there anything that people that are listening to us here in the United States can do? Should they contact their own politicians? Should they donate somewhere? What, if anything, can people do?
Well, certainly, I think there are lots of all the UN agencies, the UNICEFs, the WFPs, the UNHCRs, etc., the OCHAs. You have those contacts, and people can donate to them. I think one of the things that's really needed is a push by those nations, those countries that can have influence on this situation, and yours is one of them, to call for de-escalation, to call for peace, for talks, to get to a negotiated solution. We've all seen this so many times and know that there are no military solutions. They have to be negotiated. They have to go through these diplomatic, political processes.
And we should just add, factually, at least as of the moment, Israel has said, while it will participate in these discussions with Lebanese officials, they say they will not discuss a ceasefire with Hezbollah. Hopefully that changes, but we don't know. Can I just go back for a second? I want to understand the dynamic here. When Marjorie asked you questions before about getting necessary resources, food, medical supplies, whatever it is, to people who have been displaced, but I want to ask about people who have chosen to stay in the South. Isn't there some sort of a buffer that exists populated by Israeli military? And if I'm right about that, are you able to get through those lines to provide what people need or no?
When I said earlier, one of the things that we really need is access, humanitarian access. And that's exactly what I was alluding to, is how to get to these areas where there's a lot of kinetic action, where there's a lot going on, and essentially expect those that are involved in the kinetic, the belligerents, let's say, in this, to give us that access, to assure us that we can reach civilian populations there safely, in order to provide them with the support that they need. We certainly can't do it whenever we want, and as much as we want, but we are managing to do that. We are managing to get through a bit to some of these villages. It's also made more difficult because a lot of the bridges to the south have also been taken out. So when we talk about civilian infrastructure and all of this, also very.
Last question from me, drawing on your history, not just your 3 tours of duty in Lebanon, but the other places in the world that have been involved in strife where you've served. You've mentioned a couple of times the international humanitarian law. It seems to me as a layperson that I can't remember a time when there seems to be such widespread disregard for international humanitarian law around the world. Am I imagining that, or is that a reality?
No, I think that too. I've been thinking that myself. I've been trying to think back and think, have we ever had anything as bad as what we've seen in the last few years on this? And have we ever had a situation where we have seen so many children be killed in these conflicts, right? The cost on civilians seems to exponentially compared to what it used to be in a lot of these conflicts. There have been. We know, of course, there's been huge, horrible stuff happening before Cambodia, others. Of course. We know all of that. But somehow in this period that I've been working with these sorts of situations, no. And you would think also partly because of the types of states involved and having influence, and they generally are ones that speak about international humanitarian law and human rights, you would expect them to ensure that this is being respected, and certainly by their allies.
We can't thank you enough for your time and your work. We really appreciate it, and we hope to connect again. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. We have been speaking with Imran Riza, UN Deputy Special Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator for Lebanon. He was speaking to us from Beirut.
40%, did you hear the figure he gave up front, are kids? And add that to what we've talked to the common man from Ukraine about with children there, the bombing of the girls' school, apparently by the United States in Iran, what's happened in Gaza to kids. It's just...
Well, I think he was referring to countries like the United States that didn't used to talk about doing these sorts of things, and now we are talking about doing these ourselves.
I'll tell you,
United States of America.
Next time you hear the President of the United States trash the United Nations, remember people like Olga Cherevko and Imran Riza. It's just... Boy, a world without them would be a problem.
Coming up after this quick break, we open the phone and text lines to get your reactions to What has been a bad week for Donald Trump, between the mess with Iran, Viktor Orban, who's kind of seems to be his role model, getting clobbered over there, in Hungary, of course, comparing himself to Jesus Christ. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For years, Carlos the Codfather Rafael dominated the most valuable fishing port in the United States, New Bedford. But how did he become the Codfather? I'm Ian Koss. His rise started in the 1980s when a bitter strike divided the city, and Carlos flipped it to his advantage. Hear that story on Catching the Codfather, Part 2. I Hope Those People Sink. Tonight at 9 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you and White Flower Farm, a mail-order plant nursery in Connecticut, offering garden plants, growing supplies, and gifts for gardeners. More at whiteflowerfarm.com. And Coco Badakian & Sons, offering antique rugs since 1938. A range of hand-knotted, modern, and antique oriental rugs are available to view in their showroom at 808 Main Street, Winchester, or online at cocorug.com.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browder. If we weren't clear, by the way, zooming in from Beirut, and we really appreciate his time. That was really we're at the library tomorrow. CNN's John King and an Iraq war veteran, Mike Pritzker, who is working with conscientious objectors to the war in Iran. As Marjorie said, it's been a very bad week for Trump. His alt-right buddy Viktor Orban lost his re-election in Hungary. U.S. peace talks with Iran over in Pakistan ended without anything useful. The ardent MAGA base is angry about skyrocketing gas prices. Cracks are showing, but we want to focus on how erratic his behavior is. His game of chicken over the Strait of Hormuz is like his on-again, off-again tariff wars. I would call that book The Art of No Deal with this guy. His true social posts are increasingly, I don't even know how to put this, totally and completely nuts. Over the weekend, you see, I know you saw this, he posts these two AI-generated images. One of himself is a Jesus-like figure in a long white robe with this orb of light. We have it up on the YouTube, by the way, with his hand, I assume, attempting to heal someone who appears to be in a hospital bed. Then he has the golden Trump Tower on the surface of the moon, not to mention trashing the Pope and then going ahead and saying the Pope never would have elected Pope had it not been for his help. We in the media, we've discussed this a lot. We are sane-washing this guy by discussing him as if he is a normal, well, not normal, but a sane person who just makes very bad decisions. Everyday Americans hear the latest speech, see the latest post, just continue like everything is fine. So we want to know, should we, both the media and you, be talking about his declined mental state as we do about his dangerous policies? The number is 877-301-8970 is the number. Now, of course, in all fairness, we try to be fair on this show. While I'm saying he has a declining mental health, to say the least, he brags about his cognitive abilities all the time. Here he is in 2020, proving he really has them. He's in a Fox News interview talking about his cognitive abilities. Here he is.
The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's person, woman,
that's amazing.
Man, camera, TV.
Ever that incredibly difficult cognitive test than Donald Trump.
You know, people are beginning to talk about Trump's mental health. And by the way, you know, whenever you hear one of these terrible stories about how someone, you know, the family member, somebody calls the police and comes to pick somebody up, what's a common theme? They think they're Jesus Christ. You know,
that's a very good point.
They think they're Jesus Christ. That's usually a very, very, very bad sign.
they can do that.
Yeah, okay. But, there was a piece in the New York Times by these two conservative guys, actually, who were talking about how America is turning into a psychotic state. And one of the reasons it's turning into a psychotic state is because its pathologies through Donald Trump have been institutionalized. The administration, they write, lacks a consistent attachment to reality and the ability to organize its thinking coherently, and the president has a disordered and dysfunctional and disorganized mind.
Isn't that? I mean, it's not. It's obvious.
They're not coming up to saying. They're saying this is not a diagnosis, of course, but essentially that's what they are saying, that he's lost his marbles.
Well, and again, let me repeat. He attacked. Who has ever attacked the Pope before?
He says about the Pope. The Pope is weak on crime.
Weak.
I think the Pope is supposed to be weak on crime. That's kind of his shtick, you know what I mean?
It is just, and we have on the screen, CNN actually has it up now too, the image of him healing this guy in robes. And the only good news about this is even some on the MAGA Christian right are really, really upset about this image, but I assume as soon as he takes it down, assuming he does, they'll be perfectly fine with him again. I don't know. 877-301-8970. And then, by the way, after these talks fail, he says, it doesn't matter whether they fail or not. We've won already.
Right, no
Whatever
problem.
that means. We're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. How long did that last yesterday?
I think about 2 seconds.
And now we're closing down ports. And the issue is not doing it. He has no idea what he's doing. And the reason he has no idea what he's doing is he is gone. He is literally gone. And it is time both political leaders and the media, we're going to talk to the editor of the Globe in a few minutes about this, Brian McGrory, have to start talking about it exactly as the Times did. Well, that was an op-ed rather than a news story, that psychotic thing, right?
Yeah.
That was an op-ed.
It was a really story. Trump is turning America into a psychotic state.
Well, he is, and
they point out that in his first term, he could not turn his fantasies into reality. But in his second term, institutional psychosis has been on display since day one.
Now, let me ask, do you know anybody who could actually remember man, woman, person, camera, and TV? I don't know anybody who could do that. The fact that he can do it, I guess, does prove that he is perfectly fine. Stephen Akar, you're first. Hello.
Hey, how you doing? I just want to say, I think that Trump is no different than he's ever been. Just now has a mouthpiece, so it's more to the rest of us what an insane person he is, and what a narcissist he is. But he's always been.
Never like that. Well, the narcissist, yes. We've mentioned him a bunch of times. The late, great David Gergen wrote a piece in 2015 when he was a candidate in Trump about that narcissistic disorder.
Personality.
And .com, but he has never, ever been this gone. Steve, thank you much for the call. We appreciate it.
Well, you know the other thing too, this Viktor Orban guy that Trump sends J.D. Vance over to campaign for him, and he got trounced. You look at Orban, how similar Trump and Orban are. That Orban tried to shut down critical media. Orban had this something like a Project 2025, ditto. Mm-hmm. He shut down judges who he didn't agree with, ditto. He wanted media companies sold to tycoons that were friends of his, ditto. All these things are really hugely similar. And this guy, Orban, was featured at a CPAC speaking.
I know.
So this is, and the big thing is the corruption. All the money Orban was making for his family, and Donald Trump obviously is making billions, and his sons are making billions off, in some cases, the American people themselves.
See the Barros report? Here's the headline of the Barros report. Ghost of Post-Francis to Viktor Orban. I warned you not to let Vance near you. Vance goes there 5 days before the election. Yesterday, Don Jr. tweets out, vote for Viktor Orban. Not really. Hopefully, we'll discuss this with Brian McGrory, too. Is Orban a harbinger of a change worldwide?
Orban's also very close to Vladimir Putin.
That's huge for Ukraine.
Who
That's
else
really
is close?
We know that.
And he wouldn't help out Ukraine. Guess who else isn't helping out Ukraine? And also, he's horrible on LGBTQ stuff. And look at Trump. I mean, it's like the playbook with this guy. So I can only hope, and they point out that there was a lot of fears about rigging the election. like they were rigging the election.
He conceded immediately.
Well, because 80% of the people in Hungary went to vote, unlike the United States of America, where we barely get to 50%, if even that. They went out to vote, and it was just an overwhelming rejection of this guy.
Rick, welcome to the show. Hi.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Of course.
I don't know what we can do about Donnie Demento, but but to guard against this type of event in the future, perhaps we need a constitutional amendment for an upper age limit. We already have one for a lower. I think it's 35.
35, yeah.
But 35. So what about to prevent an octogenarian from taking over like this? Maybe we need perhaps not every octogenarian suffers from this, but certainly age-associated dementia is a well-known scientific fact.
Yeah, but Rick, we've discussed the 25th Amendment is there. If Vance, members of the cabinet, and others cared about the Constitution and their country,
but if you couldn't
he can't fulfill his duties.
Right, but that's not good. If you couldn't run after 75, that would solve the problem. If you couldn't run, I think that's reasonable.
Well, who's been advocating for that forever?
You have, Jim.
Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you for your call. At least one of us. Do you agree with Rick's note? By the way, I think there should be an age limit.
We've been gone through this twice now. Joe Biden obviously was losing it and hit it, and much to the disgrace of the people around him, the Democratic Party.
Ronald Reagan at the end also,
Ronald Reagan had Alzheimer's. Yep, and his wife hit it. By the way, we had these. I love this with these cardinals on 60 Minutes last night because we're all
Catholic cardinals.
I'm always bashing the Catholic Church. Well, finally, they are up here. This Catholic Cardinal Blaise Cupich was criticizing Donald Trump. Not just for the war in Iran, they were criticizing him a lot on immigration. Mm-hmm. But the clip we're going to play for you is how Cupich said that Trump was posting, quote unquote, sickening social media content about the Iran war. And this was on 60 Minutes with Norah O'Donnell. Here's Cupich.
We're dehumanizing the victims of war by turning the suffering of people and the killing of children and our own soldiers into entertainment.
You called it sickening.
It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
Good for him. I didn't watch 60
And they
Minutes.
were showing the pictures of, actual real victims and then like movie.
Interspersing it with movie stuff.
It is really, but it's to get clicks and it is kind of sickening. I'm glad they said something about that. And by the way, the Pope is going to I always mispronounce it, the Italian place, Lampedusa, where the immigrants come in from Africa on the 4th of July. He will not be celebrating with Donald Trump the 250th anniversary of America.
Let's go to Ehab. You're in East Boston. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Thank you, Jim and Marjorie, for taking my call. Of
course.
Americans, they forget Donald Trump is the oldest American president. This guy, he's going to be 80 years old in June 14th. This coming June 14th.
He is.
When Joe Biden, he got elected, he was 78 years and 2 months. Trump was 78 years old and 7 months. He's the oldest guy. Obama and Hillary Clinton warned us. His temper, his age, he's not fit. He got impeached 2 times, and he bankrupt 6 times. His felony is New York State 34 times. Yet, 14 million Americans more than first time voted for him to get him back to the White House. So now this is the problem with Americans. We have to fix it now. Democrats, independents, they got to vote. This November coming, take the Congress, take the Senate from this Republican. Let's Democrat and independents alike, they have to fix this problem. We cannot afford that.
Well, hopefully, Ehab, that's a great and inspiring speech, but Republicans should be joining those people and saying, this is, to quote that cardinal, this is not who we are. If it's not who we are, then vote for another thing to show who we actually are. Thank you. That was an excellent call. We appreciate it.
One of the texters is reminding us that in Trump's first term, he wanted to shoot protesters in the legs. Remember that one? And then Stephen from Yarmouth says, Trump will be forgiven. He knows not what he does. That is a quote, of course, from Jesus Christ, the guy he's pretending to be in the meme.
It is staggering.
I know.
This comes a week, by the way, after Open the Effing Straight, a civilization is going to die. We forget this is all within a 10-day period.
Imagine if your spouse or one of your children or your neighbors sent you a picture of themselves pretending that they were Jesus Christ. What would you think?
Well, let's not talk about a neighbor. Let's talk about president. If there hadn't been numerous incidents every day to show that he is insane clinically. I know I'm not a shrink, so you don't have to text and say that. I'm aware I don't have those skills, but I am a human who observes people. If any other president purely put up that Jesus-like thing alone, what would people be saying? There's something wrong with that person.
Lost his marbles.
Exactly. And it's only because this fits within the typical behavior of this totally unstable, unhinged, as you called him 10 years ago, president, that people just act like it's another day in the life.
And he's going to put a Trump Tower on the moon, sends out a picture of that.
Apparently.
And then he sends a picture out of his library, which is going to be
with the gold thing.
The tallest building.
With the statue of him.
And like a statue about 30 feet high.
How about the arch? He put out the plan for the arch last week. Trump.
Arch to Trump.
The Democrats, to their credit, are starting to talk 25th Amendment. They're not talking enough about the mental health or the lack of mental health of this person. And it's one thing, again, if you're just dealing with budgets and other things, he's dealing with war. And we all are naively assuming he's not going to start bombing Iran again because he sees how dangerous that was. He doesn't care about the Iranians or anybody else. He cares about voters in the midterms. But you have no idea what he could do on a whim at 2 a.m. after sending out some sort of sick meme. Jim in a car. Hi. You have a minute. Jim.
Maybe we don't.
Okay, we'll pass on Jim. We'll put him on hold. Can we go somewhere else?
Some of the texters thinks it's not age, it's crazy that's the problem.
Yeah, but I think the caller who mentioned it a minute ago, it is much, we've discussed this on the air, Marjorie, for more than a quarter century, the likelihood of losing it, which I know is not a term of art, when you are of advanced age. It's fine for an average person, fine when you're running for the presidency. Yet there are younger people around who have the skills, and that's who the office should be limited to. I'm totally with that guy who called a few minutes ago.
Okay, we want to try. We're out of time. Okay. Thank you for all your calls and texts, and keep your fingers crossed that nothing too untoward happens between now and tomorrow.
No, but start talking to neighbors and your friends and your elected officials about this issue if you agree that it's got to be on the table.
Okay, coming up after this quick break, former Education Secretary from Massachusetts, Paul Reville, joins us in Studio 3. He's going to talk about how we need to fund summer after-school programs in Massachusetts and how Mississippi, one of the poorest states in the nation, has managed to teach children to read, poor children to read, kids of color to read, much better and much faster than a lot of the rest of us.
Ready? Without looking. Man, woman, camera, TV.
Man, woman, person, camera, TV.
Wow.
It's not very hard.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. I'm Marjorie Egan.
No one's ever done it better, by the way. Ever than him and you and me.
I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to
Not
BPR
now.
and GBH.
Never. Not ever.
Okay. It's a sad state of affairs here. We're streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, around the world, democracy is in decline and strongman politics are far less fringe. Historian and best-selling author Timothy Snyder joins us. In his books, including On Tyranny and The Road to Unfreedom, he has spent years tracing how democracies are hollowed out by propaganda, fear, and by leaders who turn grievance into rule. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And M&M Skylights, located in Stoneham, installing and servicing the full range of Velux skylights that can help bring air and more natural light into homes. Skylight consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com.
And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware, committed to helping customers achieve their vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding them from design to completion. With showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
Welcome back to BPR, GBH, and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Back at the library tomorrow, John King from CNN zooms in. Iraq War veteran Mike Prisner, who helps conscientious objectors around the war in Iran. And on April 28th, the first hour in person at the library is the governor for taking your questions and ours. Second hour is the mayor of Boston, as in Mayor Wu, for an hour taking your questions too. Joined now in Studio 3 by Paul Reville. Paul's the former Secretary of Education in Massachusetts, professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he also leads the Ed Redesign Lab. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Jim and Marjorie. Good to be here.
Well, you just wrote a brilliant column with which I could not agree more.
Me
that the
either.
state needs to fund after-school and summer programs because so many thousands of families cannot afford either.
Yeah, it's a tragedy, really, that we pay so little attention to the time that students spend outside of school. In terms of children's waking hours between kindergarten and grade 12, only 20% is spent in school. 80% is spent out of school. We know they learn as much, if not more, out of school. We just measure it in school. We blame the schools for the consequences, whether they've learned something or haven't learned something. So we need to know, in terms of public policy, what parents who have sufficient resources know, is that in this 80% of out-of-school time, there are many opportunities for enrichment and learning, but unfortunately, those are all private pay right now. And if you don't have the resources through the accident of birth, you're out of luck. And so we have a lot of good programs that work hard on this. I'm on Boston After School and Beyond. They do a wonderful job at providing enriching opportunities using community resources for children, but it isn't anywhere near covering. And in our state budget, we spend about $11 million out of a $6.9 billion education budget. We spend $11 million on out of school.
This is a big Democratic problem. This is one of the things that because you're a Democrat, that Ezra Klein and other people talk about. It's a problem for the Democrats. We've been talking about these issues for like 40 years. Mandami gets elected in New York City, and so childcare for 2- and 3-year-olds. Here we are in Massachusetts talking about this for 40 years. We're a Democratic state. The whole legislature is run by a bunch of Democrats, and we can't get these programs through. It's a perfect example of Democrats failing to produce.
So wait a second. So
it's
you
Jim's
were.
fault.
Excuse me. I don't know if you're aware. He was Secretary of Education for a Democrat who spent a month.
That's right.
Once a month, every month with us for 8 years. Deval Patrick, why didn't you do it?
Well, we did push some money in the direction of out of school learning and summer learning. We created, for example, summer academies for English language learners to get extra time learning language. But I have to say that the politics of education are such that whenever money comes available that might be spent on young people and learning, the automatic Pavlovian response is it's got to be invested in the mainstream education system. And that mainstream education system is locked into an agrarian era, 600 hours, 650 hours a year kind of schedule. And it's very hard to change that.
Well, it's another problem for Democrats because the Democrats are tied to failing institutions. And in a lot of America's minds, what is a failing institution in the United States of America? Public schools.
Okay,
which
so
brings us to Jim's.
Okay, thank you. When Governor Healy is with us at the library on the 28th, if we said, why are we only spending $11 million a year on the 80% of the time when a kid is not in school, what would her answer be?
She'd say, well, we've got a public education system that has, deep and pressing needs, and that's our primary investment, and that's what we're going to continue to shore that up, and we'll do as much as we can outside.
Yeah, but I have to say one thing. No one said the following more than your former boss, Deval Patrick, but the inequities that have in terms of poor kids and kids of color, it seems to me, it's not just in the classroom. That's where, as you said in your piece, and a second ago here, that's where the inequities get magnified because families like ours can afford to provide something on our own dime, and low-income families can't.
Yeah, well, I mean, and we know those are pervasive. So I think it's time that we have to reckon with it's too simplistic a formulation that if we simply put up a good school system, we're going to correct for the inequities that prevent so many young people from realizing their full potential or gaining middle-class status in our life.
Especially when the schools get out at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
We've got to look at the rest of their lives.
One last thing about this. The school you mentioned, I think the guy who runs it was your co-author in this thing in Commonwealth Beacon, right?
Yeah.
The thing you're on the board of, whatever it is?
Boston After School and Beyond.
Where do they get their money?
Well, some of it comes from the Boston Public Schools. A lot of it comes from philanthropy. They have national philanthropies, and they've got other, foundations and so give them money. But you can't do this on soft money. I mean, it's a big expanse of time, and we're just not taking it into account because our theory is if we just get a strong enough public school system, we'll be able to eliminate inequity in our society, and it just doesn't work that way. We've got, a century worth of data to show that.
By the way, I have to compliment you. A texter agreed with you completely. It says, Marjorie, you're right. The Republicans all the English language learners, problem solved. We're talking to Paul Reville.
But let's move to Mississippi because this is this headline in the story from the Atlantic was states are learning the wrong lesson for the Mississippi Miracle. The miracle is basically that the poorest state in the nation has managed to teach fourth grade kids to read at a rate that has upped their ranking from among the worst in the country to among the best. And when they adjust for demographic factors such as poverty, they're in first place. And these are a lot of kids of color, lots of kids, as the texter just said, that are not English language learners, etc. But it's not just that they changed the way they taught reading. Right. It was massive accountability.
Yeah. Well, we have to be careful. We seem to be in a messianic era here where we're talking about miracles happening all over the place. And they used to say Massachusetts was a miracle.
That's right.
And we would say, well, take a look behind the data, behind the averages. And in Mississippi, we got to be a little bit skeptical as we, applause to them for the good results that they've achieved. But I'm glad to see this article, which looks deeper at what actually was going on. And so it is true that at one level they have put in quite strong accountability measures, and those have backed up the momentum of the adoption of the phonics-related programs and reading and so forth. But some of those measures, are of dubious value. For example, the retention of third graders until they achieve a certain level of reading. From what we know about retaining kids in grade, it's not a very good outcome. There's no research to support retaining kids in grade. It tends to stigmatize them, and we tend to do the same thing in the extra year that we did in the preceding year. It didn't work in the preceding year, so it isn't working for them if we simply ask them to do it again. So I worry about, and furthermore, you're going to show better statistics if you retain people in third grade than you're measuring fourth grade reading. Well, the kids who were struggling, you've held them back.
But didn't they say that the kids who couldn't read at the grade level were retained got enormous amounts of tutoring? And the argument also is that if you don't know how to read well enough in third grade and you're surrounded in fourth grade by other kids who've already learned, then you're kind of on a sinking ship.
No, there's a rationale for it, and I think they are compensating for some of the shortcomings of simply a policy of retaining them by providing extra supports and services. But the larger argument in this, I think, deserves attention as well, which is the accountability provisions. In other words, they're moving into grading schools based on their outcomes, which is what standards-based. We've got a departure from the notion of, we ought to have high standards for all kids, equitable standards, and we ought to hold adults accountable at some level for getting them there. And for happening over the past decade is a weakening of those standards. We've seen it in Massachusetts.
Okay, we're not. By the way, what we are no, you are not doing this, Marjorie. Yeah. We are not having another debate about a ballot question.
Okay.
You both lost 60 to 40. Here's a question.
I won't mention the ballot question. Okay. I'll just mention that Jim led the charge in Cambridge to get rid of teaching algebra because not everybody could learn it.
No, it was outrageous. No, I live in Cambridge. The whole thing was a dumbing down.
Algebra.
But relating to this, while we're not talking about the elimination of MCAS as a graduation requirement,
right,
because it's done. Let's spend a minute, because we haven't gotten an update recently from anybody, including you. What's the status of the theoretical replacement that the commission or whatever the hell it is that Maura Healey put together was proposing. Where is that?
Well, I mean, I think it's...
Are you on that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't on it.
It's April. They're going to be graduating.
Him, Marjorie, or am I talking to you? Okay.
No, it's still midstream. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a final vote taken on it, to my knowledge, by the Board of Education or by the legislature, nor have they needs legislative backing in order to do it. So I think they're still arguing about the details, whether we're going to have end of course exams, what's going to be required. I think there's an earnest effort going on and people are working hard on it, but you should ask the Commissioner of Education.
We're going to ask the governor.
So
wait, I'm not
that
done with
means that this year's 2026 graduates will be graduating without a
in accordance graduation standards.
Okay, that's good, Jim.
Well, I don't know if you're aware the people spoke 60-40, and you generally believe in democracy.
I think that they were hoodwinked.
Okay, fine.
People voted for Donald Trump.
We're really not. We are really not doing
too,
this.
Jim.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Okay, but one last thing about this Mississippi deal here, and now I forgot it because I got so aggravated with Marjorie. So
Up to 8th grade.
Mississippi has been holding districts more accountable.
Oh, I know what it was. Yeah. They're doing what Massachusetts, with very few exceptions, is unwilling to do, is have statewide mandates around education where we defer, in my opinion, overly defer to local control kind of thing with 351 cities and towns.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of state muscle into it, and that means top-down, and there's a lot of resistance to top-down in Massachusetts and other places. But, I mean, it's why we're struggling to get a policy on this graduation requirement. It's because there's a strong movement that every local district ought to be able to have its own standard. Well, when we started standards-based reform back in the 80s and the early 90s, the notion was, well, Massachusetts citizens and taxpayers have a right to expect an education system that will educate all students to a level of proficiency, irrespective of the community that they come from. So we ought to at least have a high minimum bar and then allow for local control.
I agree with that.
Level.
I have one question for you. We always talk about how Massachusetts has the best schools in the country, but I suspect what we have is some real smart parents and smart children in certain very expensive parts of the state. There's a huge gap between.
We have some of the biggest gaps between subgroups of any nation. Our number one performance is based on averages, and behind the averages are deep gaps.
So poor kids of color, English English learners, they're the ones that are struggling.
Yeah, well, but this is of course true all over. It is true here.
By the way, I don't know if you could hear at home or wherever you are right now. In the middle of the answer, she looks at me and says, hear that. She's not talking to you, the listener. She's talking to me.
Right, this is all Jim's fault.
Well, from the time when I was the Secretary of Education, I admit I made some mistakes. So we only have a handful of minutes left here. This this death spiral language is sort of in vogue these days.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's a piece talking about how a lot of colleges are closing down. And speaking of inequity, once again, the feeling is those who are able to get into elite, expensive places are going to be perfectly fine. Low and middle income people are going to have fewer and fewer choices. And one of the things this piece doesn't do, we almost had the Brandeis last week, but he wrote a book, but he had to change the date. So I assume we'll have him soon. And in the middle, they talked about Coursera and the stunning number of people who are doing online education stuff. And my fear about, well, that's wonderful, I guess, in some ways. The flip side is, it seems to me this death spiral translates down the line into two-tier education. Wealthy people go to schools and get in-person attention, and everybody else, if they have access to a computer, learns at home online. Is that the direction we're going and you worry about or no?
I do worry about aspects of that. I think we are moving because of the power of the internet and the availability of options like Coursera. There's a lot of a la carte education going on, professional education that's going to people who aren't in degree granting programs and things of that nature. But we do have a decline in enrollment. And as I've been saying for some time, our financial model in education, our way of financing higher education is broken, and the price tag is getting out of reach for a lot of people. So you combine that with declining enrollment, you combine it with options that exist for getting professional education or individual courses offline, and we are moving in the direction of at least the small privates. Anybody who's marginal, people are willing to pay the big price tag for the highly elite labels that they get for going to the most exclusive colleges. And he said we do have state universities. Most people go to public education in their own states, and that system is still alive, although it's shrinking because enrollment is declining. So I think we're going to continue to see the withering away of smaller, more marginal, private and parochial institutions, and the shrinkage in higher education. Starting to vote with their feet, and who knows what the impact of AI is going to be on all this, because people, 10 years ago we were encouraging everybody to go into coding to get a good job, and now that has just is disappearing.
Isn't that just awful?
Yeah, and so if you're a parent thinking, am I going to make a $500,000 investment to send my child to higher education and get a degree, and then they won't be able to get a job afterwards? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I should take a few courses here or there. Maybe I should go to my local public institution rather than applying to the more expensive private one that's down the street as well. So we're in a troubled time in higher education, and we've got to figure that out.
We got to go. And if people are wondering why for the last 3 minutes, I can explain. She was working really hard to her credit, trying to blame that on me, and couldn't figure out how to do it, so she had nothing to say.
Probably the next time Paul's here, I'll figure out how
Have you
to blame.
contributed to declining enrollment?
Apparently I have. Apparently
yeah,
I
that's
have.
right. He's up the price tag, too. It's outrageous.
Okay, fine. Goodbye.
Okay,
Paul, it's great to see you. Paul Reville. Thank you.
Right.
Former
Great to
Secretary of
be here.
Education.
Johnny One Note.
Glad the
Marjorie
debate
Egan.
continues on.
Professor at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education, where he also leads the Ed Redesign Lab. Thank you very much.
You.
Goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM. Thanks for tuning in. The Fabulous 413 is going to start at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You don't want to miss this show. Brian McGrory from The Globe is up next.
Trusted reporting is here for you every day on GBH Radio. And the best way to support it is by becoming a GBH sustainer. Sustainers make small monthly contributions that make a big difference. Learn more at gbh.org/sustainer.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Johnson & Wales University, committed to going beyond the classroom by helping students develop networks, obtain real-world experience, and providing hands-on learning that makes an impact. More at jwu.edu. And Biogen. For nearly 50 years, Biogen has been committed to advancing biotechnology innovations to develop new medicines for people with hard-to-treat diseases. Biogen, making breakthroughs happen. Biogen.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
He's Jim Brady. I am Marjorie Egan. Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're going to be back at the Boston Public Library tomorrow. We're going to be joined by CNN's John King, Iraq War veteran Mike Preisner about the conscientious objectors to the war in Iran. And we have a twofer on the 28th of April. We're going to be joined both by Governor Moore Healey, and after the governor, I'm not sure the order, actually.
Mayor Wu is the second hour.
Okay, so
Governor is the first hour.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Marjorie.
Governor's the first hour. The mayor is the second hour. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there. And a bunch of you, by the way, missed the beginning of the interview we had with the top UN official who zoomed in from Beirut at 11 o'clock this morning to talk about the more than 1 million people displaced and the toll on 40% of whom, he says, are kids. Just that'll be posted online a couple of hours after the show is over. Joined now on Zoom by Brian McGrory. Brian is editor of the Boston Globe, again, former dean of Boston University's journalism department. Brian, it's good to see you.
Hello, Jim. Hello, Marjorie. How are you?
Hey, good. Brian, great to talk to you. So we wanted to ask you something we talk about a lot. We debate it. We had that Margaret Sullivan, the media critic, on. I love her. She talks about it, too, the whole so-called sane washing of Donald Trump. And what she means is that a lot of us in the legacy media, we didn't talk a lot about Trump comparing himself to Jesus Christ in that meme, or print the F word that he used when he was talking about the Straits of Hormuz, or kind of his pictures of the dispersed with movies, all this crazy stuff that he does. Do you think we're guilty?
So I think there's a complicated answer to that question, Marjorie. I think to some extent, perhaps we're guilty, although I don't know if the solution that Margaret would likely have, and I respect her greatly, I think if we were to just come at our readers and viewers with nonstop depictions of what Trump has said on a given day, what he has tweeted out, or whatever social media platform he's on, I think that would also, readers would assimilate that. They'd turn away from it. They wouldn't pay attention in the way we think they would. I know Jim is always pounding the podium that, my God, you've got to use the F word. People have to see it. I think that most readers are more sophisticated than Jim gives them credit for. When you bleed something out or just use an F and a bunch of dashes, I think readers know it, and I think it's actually somewhat sophomoric to just say that using
Thank
the
you.
word
I appreciate it. Well, can I express the sophomoric opinion a little bit more? I
was going to keep talking, Jim. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Actually, stay on the sane washing thing, and then we'll get to the F word in a second. Keep going. Go ahead.
It's all part of the same thing.
Well, is that it? Now you're done talking? Why can't, in all seriousness, when he does one of these things that, in my estimation, is clearly insane, why can't the journalists, I don't mean the Globe, I mean anywhere, Globe, any legitimate, serious paper, why can't they then interview a shrink or a psychologist who comments on his mental state in their estimation, just like they might have an expert comment on his economic pronouncement or that sort of thing? Why is that not more integrated so that hopefully this becomes more of the discussion? Well, in my opinion, hopefully becomes more of the discussion. Why is that not appropriate, Brian McGrory?
You're not wrong, Jim Browdy, but one of the definitions of news is something that is actually new. And if you were to do this, look, the president says something that could be perceived as insane by a vast number of people on any given day, some days any given hour of that day. And if you were to do what you suggest, which is roll out a group of therapists, psychiatrists, analysts, whatever, every single day to interpret what he is saying, that stops being new by about day.
Go ahead.
Well, you just said we should do it every time.
Well, I didn't mean every time. If I said every time, I mean it. It is done, in my estimation, and I am obsessed with this, as Marjorie knows, so infrequently, and I think it's because most reporters and people who've been in the news business, like you, for a long time, are sort of uncomfortable with this, not because they're subject to the Goldwater rule, where theoretically, if you're a shrink, you shouldn't, or a psychologist, shouldn't be making someone you haven't seen as a patient, that sort of thing. But I think it's like such a new reality that we don't really know how to handle it. Is that an unfair description?
No, that is completely fair. I'm going to be honest with you. I struggle with it. I think any decent editor at any major news organization struggles with this. There are no easy answers here, for the simple reason that you don't want to lose readers in either direction. And coming out with the same thing day after day after day, you're risking losing readers. Yeah. I will say here, we're about to launch a project is too big a word, a focus of stories from our Washington bureau at the Globe, which is a group of 5 really talented people. And the moniker, the name of the series is going to be The End of Normalcy.
Oh, I like it.
We're going to look at Washington and from all different angles and really explore in a way that we think that many news organizations are not, how much normalcy has come crashing apart, just splitting apart. And our first one is going to be, hold me to it, but I think on Wednesday. And I'm really excited about this rolling out.
So are we. And by the way, let me just say, because I know what you're thinking, there is no need to credit me for the inspiration for this at all. Just do your good work, and we're perfectly fine. leads to.
So you don't actually get a byline, Jim, but you'll be mentioned very prominently in the top.
I hope so. Brian, one last thing to beat a dead horse. Back to the F word thing. I obviously, you're right when you say everybody knows if you say effing, they know what it means. But the impact of seeing the whole word, in my estimation, when the most powerful person in the world says it, is I think more dramatic than just understanding. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But you have to weigh the trade-offs, and you have to weigh whether you turn the homepage or print front page of your news organization into something like that, because you're trying to make this point constantly. And it is a trade-off, and it's a bit of a struggle. We, for the first part of this series, it's a different variation of using this language, and we are giving readers the option of hearing all of this language played out by clicking a button.
Oh, great.
If they click another button, they are slightly sanitized, and if they click the opt-in button, they are hearing language the likes of which we would never normally put in.
I can't wait. Starting Wednesday, maybe.
Well, maybe Wednesday.
Maybe that's really great. We're talking to Brian McGrory, editor of the Boston Globe.
So I wonder how worried President Trump should be about the significant victory of Viktor Orban over in
defeat of
Hungary.
Viktor Orban.
Yeah. What did I say? Victory? Yeah, I'm sorry. Defeat. Yeah, he lost big time. And he is a lot like Trump, anti-immigrant, anti-LGBTQ stuff, a lot of corruption in terms of taking money for his associates, putting his buddies in the media in charge of media companies so they'd be slanted toward Orban, placing sycophants in positions of power, judges, Department of Justice, all that kind of stuff. It's very similar. So what do you take away from that?
I mean, I will say, Marjorie, this story cannot be or underestimated in its impact. I mean, this is huge. Trump, in no small way, modeled himself after Orban.
Yeah.
He sort of hero worshipped him for a long time. If you go back through time and look at what he has said about Orban over the years, and he modeled himself after him. And in many ways, Orban has done what critics of Trump say is going on right now. He failed to pay attention to the economy in Hungary. And the economy over there was really falling apart, especially compared to other European nations. And Orban kept on with, his wild exaggerations and his hyperbole and his stirring of the masses and all of that. And it all came back to bite him. And it didn't come back but there is a key point here. Didn't come back to bite him because people turned on Orban necessarily. They found an alternative with a similar political philosophy that was quite simply less obnoxious. And the question is whether the U.S., whether the Democratic Party offers something in comparison that that voters will take to, because in Hungary it really proved that they were sick and tired of the mood that Orban was setting.
We're talking to Brian McGrory. Speaking of elections, you're a pretty savvy political analyst. Do you think, as Trump said, that the Pope would have ever been elected had it not been for Donald Trump? I mean, talk about out of his mind. How many, you used to cover the White House when you were a little cub reporter and all that, when you were younger and all that sort of thing. How many presidents have attacked the Pope as weak on crime? And he wouldn't have been elected had it not been. I mean, really, what was your reaction to this Pope stuff and that great meme with Trump having his hand on the guy in the hospital, looking in the hospital bed with the whatever
there
the hell thing is?
There he is.
Go ahead.
Oh my God.
First off, Jim, I was in my 30s. I was not a couple.
You know what I mean. When you were younger.
Yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. So getting back to your original point about the Seine washing and Margaret Sullivan's original point about the Seine washing, I haven't seen them, the meme get all that much coverage. That I assume it's an AI produced. Trump is a Christ figure touching a man's head and, curing the ill. That is some crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, let's just be serious about that.
It's on our YouTube, by the way. If people are not watching YouTube, you can check it out. We'll put it up again in a second. I'm sorry.
So then the deal with Pope Leo, I have this theory, and I've always wanted to do something in the Globe about it, whether it's a column or whether it's a front page or whatever, that the president throws so many wild things out on any given day. People, the media, the average reader, the average person are quick to assimilate it. And what happens this week, you will not remember next month, next year. You may not remember it tomorrow because it's one wild thing after another. And I had this vague recollection that didn't he do this to Pope Francis too? Like, didn't he? And I went back through the clips, and sure enough, he called Francis a pawn of Mexico.
I did not remember
did not know that.
Said he was disgraceful, or something he said was disgraceful. So he is regularly picking fights with popes, but you're not going to remember this in a couple of months. You didn't remember the attack on Francis, and that's probably the wildest part of all of this.
By the way, Caitlin Collins is tweeting that Trump has deleted the image of the Christ-like Trump with laying hands on. Is that what it's called? Laying hands? What is that called? No, it's not laying hands on. It's
he's got his hand on the guy's forehead.
Yeah, with an orb of light or whatever.
Yeah, some of the Christian evangelicals were upset about it. They in his tribe, the MAGA kind of people.
Hey, you said a minute ago something I was going to ask you, but I wasn't going to ask you this time. I was going to ask you next time. I don't know why next time. Are you allowed to write a column, or you're not allowed in your new employment deal? What's the deal?
So it's a good question.
I mean, you either are or you aren't. What's the deal?
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that, Jim. Life is not talk radio. It's not one of two ways.
It's not? I thought it was.
What's the answer to the question?
The answer right now is I simply don't have time. There's a lot of work to do at the Globe, and getting back in there and getting an assessment of the place and doing what we need to do takes up all my time. A guy like, and I'm by no means am I comparing myself, I'm not. A guy like David Remnick, the editor of The New Yorker, regularly writes, and he writes very effectively, and that is really good. Whether the editor of a legacy daily news operation could also write, I don't know. I would love to be in a position and to be able to occasionally write, but it would have to be, I'd have to be careful about things like that because of politics and all. So I don't know. I'm trying to get my head around it.
Well, thank you.
So Brian McGrory.
I hope you do, by the way, but go ahead.
I would be lying if I didn't tell you how upset I was the day after the No Kings rally, which was, I think, my Sunday Globe, and it was a good story about exploitation of Asian gamblers. It was great, but there was a huge picture of that above the fold, and then a very small, maybe 3x3 picture of the rally below the fold. And there were stories inside the paper, but what was the thinking? Why did that merit above the fold? Why not hold the story about the Asian gambling or something?
Well, we weren't going to hold it because we launched it online earlier in the week, and it was an important series of stories for us, and we think it was really meaningful. We did have a photo, I think it was a little larger than the small you described, Marjorie, on the front page. Here's the problem with it again. It's a legitimate discussion, and we did discuss it at the Globe for quite a while. Let me just ask you this. What happens the day after the No Kings rally? Like, what do we have, 180,000 people turn out in the streets? But what goes on the next day or the day after that? And what was different about this rally than the rally a year before? And what news was that? What statement was actually made by having this rally? I think it is important that people get together. I think it is great that people protest. I think we covered it. We had all sorts of reporters out there. But the question I have is, what makes this more newsworthy than other things that were happening? Because it does happen with frequency. And in the end, I'm not sure what was resolved here or accomplished.
Well, I think it has to do with the thing you spoke about with sandwashing. I think there's some reticence among those of us to make big deals out of rallies. It's something we just don't seem to like doing it. I would argue that since it was the biggest ever, and from a marketing perspective, you had all these people that don't get the Sunday Globe, read it online, who were brushing out to their stores, CVS or wherever, to look for the Sunday Globe and saw that and were disappointed. That's a marketing thing. Good thing is, I do think that there was a lot of, people signing voter things, people signing petitions to do this, petitions to do that, plans for further stuff. So I just thought, in terms of a massive event on Boston Common and all over the state, I got to be honest, I thought it was really almost disrespected.
Yeah, these are not unfair points. I don't think it was in any way disrespectful or anything like that. We had at the top of our homepage, which is where the vast majority of our readers read Boston Globe journalism all day through Saturday into Sunday. Again, many reporters out there, talented team of photographers out there. It dominated the cover of our Metro Region section. There was a large photo on the front page of the Sunday paper. Certainly not meant to be disrespectful in any way. But again, this was one in a series of these rallies, and so we made the decision we did.
We're talking to Brian McGrory. Brian, before you go, even though you don't have a column yet, or may have a column at some point, do you have any speculation on why Melania Trump did her little press conference last week that I have to be honest, Margie and I are borderline obsessed with? Do you have any thinking about that?
I mean, you've heard all the wags in Washington say that essentially Trump attacked Iran to take attention away from Epstein, and then now they're bringing up Epstein to take attention away from Iran. It's the whole thing is crazy. I have no idea. I am guessing that there is something on some right-wing website that nobody normal reads that may be about to emerge or was going to emerge, but I know as little as you do.
Well, actually, I know more, thanks to Maureen Dowd.
Yeah.
This was an opening to do this. Apparently, and we can educate everybody, apparently there's another from, I guess, Eastern Europe or
Miss
something.
Ungaro, yeah.
Who was dating someone at the
I think
Trump...
she's from Brazil, actually.
Whatever. Well, another country. I'm sorry.
Melania is from
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Okay. Who was dating a White House person. Apparently that wasn't going well. So, and apparently...
He was another person that was into the modeling business. It was very
I thought the guy was in the White House.
Was going to go into business with Jeffrey Epstein.
She was.
Oh, she was. Her boyfriend.
Right. Okay.
The father of her child.
Here's allegedly what she posted on Twitter, this woman, this other model, before Melania walked out and did this thing. She tweets the following: I have nothing to lose in my life. I will tear down the entire system. Be careful with me, bitch. Do you think that now, if you were Melania Trump, would you hold a press conference after someone tweeted that apparently directed at you, Brian McGrory? Yes or no?
So, a couple of things. Did you use me as a foil?
Yes, we couldn't figure out where else to fit it in the show.
And then you couldn't even do it right. You broke out in this bickering with each other.
We did. We broke out in the bickering. Yeah, we did.
So I was actually right. That there is some...
Yes, you are.
Yes, so thank you.
Maybe you should be she also tweeted, this Ungara woman, maybe you should be afraid of what I know, of who you are, and who your husband is.
That's right.
Hello.
I think the Times of India, which is a very suspicious website, had the whole... I was down a rabbit hole on this one, I must admit, Brian. I was reading all these places I'd never heard of before.
Before you
go...
One more time, I'm really excited about this thing that may start on Wednesday. What's the name of this again, please?
The End of Normalcy.
Great. Terrific. We'll be looking forward to it. Brian McGrory, it's good to see you. Be well.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for being with us. We've been speaking with Brian McGrory, who's editor of the Boston Globe, and we much appreciate his taking the time. Coming up after this quick break, NEPM hosts Monte Belmonte and Khalees Smith zoom into the show ahead of their annual celebration in Western Mass of April 13th, which is 413 Day. You get it? I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, Happy National Scrabble Day. the top 100 Scrabble players in the U.S. here to help us up our game and answer the question, when my opponent plays ZA or QI, should I or resigned? And other questions. That's the Curiosity Desk today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Chevalier Theatre, presenting Melissa Etheridge, coming to Medford on April 15th. Known for songs like Come to My Window and I'm the Only One, Etheridge brings an evening of rock and singing to the stage. Ticket info at chevaliertheatre.com.
And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH, Jim Brody and Marjorie. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. In a few moments, we'll talk about a national holiday, National Scrabble Day. But today, in the other part of the state, it's 413 Day, whatever that is. Joining us now is Monte Belmonte. You do?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's one of us. Wearing a 413 shirt. His colleague, Khalil Smith, is not wearing a 413 shirt. They're, of course, from NEPM's Fabulous 413. Joining us now. Hello to both of you, and I guess happy 413 Day.
Exactly.
Happy 413 Day to you.
Okay.
So tell everybody what's going on. You got a big celebration. Tell us.
What is it, first of all?
Well, it's April 13th today.
I knew that part.
1-3.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
It wasn't our idea, but we have totally capitalized on it, where we have just decided to declare it a holiday just for Western Massachusetts alone. You guys have your evacuation day, which conveniently falls on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how that happened.
How do you celebrate this thing, Khalil?
However you want to. Uplift and celebrate the things happening in Western Mass. We even got a proclamation from the governor.
You did?
Oh,
Yeah.
I like it.
It's official.
It's technically already on the books.
Yeah.
And don't you have some sold out something or other that you're doing today or tonight or some such, Monty?
Yeah, we got two things. We've got the lieutenant governor coming to play a quiz show with us that's like Wait, Don't Tell Me, but I'm calling it Whately, Dalton on me, because Whately and Dalton are Western Mass towns.
Oh, I love that.
along with the acclaimed ornithologist David Allen Sibley, who is our guest and another quiz master as part of this. That will be on the air at 3, and then tonight we'll be in Northampton at a brewery doing more trivia.
Oh, fun.
With our listeners. So it'll be
Fun.
Are you, Khalil, you don't seem quite as excited about this as Monty is. Is that a fair description, or am I missing something?
Excited about it. Like, it's a really fun thing to learn more about the area that I didn't necessarily know before, and sometimes put on my competitive edge and test myself to see exactly how much I do know.
Love that. Well, by the way, Marjorie and I know everything about the 413. So if you have, we're told you have a couple of questions for us.
I do.
Fire away.
Okay.
We're ready. Go ahead.
I hate these quizzes.
Right, let's do it.
The last club standing in Springfield.
What?
The last pub standing in Springfield? Oh. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
The tallest building on the UMass Amherst campus is the library. The library is named after this sociologist, writer, and civil rights icon who was born in the Berkshires in Great Barrington and who went on to found the NAACP.
Du Bois.
Nailed it!
You're kidding me. Are you kidding me? No, I don't mean you kidding me. I can't believe you got that.
Jim is always shocked when I get something right.
That is incredible. Well, let's try that again, because I need to get one. Go ahead. What? You have another one?
Yes,
Right.
they connect.
On top of the W.E. Du Bois Library is a bird's nest and a webcam where viewers can watch Webster, a bird who is named after the Springfield-based dictionary Merriam-Webster. Webster and birds just like him have been welcomed at the library for more than 2 decades. The fastest species of any animal on Earth, clocking speeds up to 240 miles an hour. Webster is what type of bird?
Hawk.
Wrong.
What kind of hawk?
What kind of hawk?
It's not really a hawk at all.
Falcon.
I know.
413
It is
hawk.
a falcon. What kind of falcon?
A nice falcon.
It is a nice falcon.
Okay.
He didn't bite me at all.
A falcon born in Northampton.
Peregrine Falcon.
Of course,
Falcon.
well, that goes without saying. Okay, enough of that. We have 2 questions for you, big shots, about
Yes,
413. Marjorie, take it away.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was going to be about Boston.
No, this is about 413.
No. Okay, here we go. What leading spring...
No, Marjorie. Your question one.
I got the wrong one. Okay, here's question 1. According to some preliminary plans for area codes proposed back in 1946, use of 413 was a planned for where, hint, it's a Commonwealth.
Oh, that's a great question.
Virginia.
That's what I guessed.
You're both wrong.
Delaware.
Both wrong. One wrong. Keep going. This is great. I'm loving
What other
this.
Commonwealths are there? See, this is not about Western Massachusetts.
There's only
It's about
4.
some other
Yeah.
state.
Yes, it is. It's another state. It's Jim's home.
Or I guess Commonwealth.
Jim's home state.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Oh,
Too
yeah.
late.
If you gave me that hint, I would have got it.
I guess Virginia too.
Now, well, it doesn't matter, Marjorie. They were wrong, and they were in 413. That's all really matters. Okay.
So far, the only one who's right is Marjorie.
That's right.
That's right. So far, that's right.
Are you ready, you two? Or
Yeah,
this
we're ready.
is another one?
Okay, here you go. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. What leading Springfield business category was highlighted by celebrity former NECN host Jim Braude in his visit there in the early 2000s? Here's Jim, that would be me, talking about it.
I was there many years ago for the Democratic State Convention. I was covering NECN. And
So do
I
I.
have to say, and I want to say this as carefully as I can, when I went out at night after the convention recess that day, many people think the best in the Eastern... No, really.
Okay, what would
You believe
fill
the
in the
question I
blank?
tried to ask was about this.
Go ahead, Khalees. You have an answer?
Strip clubs.
Ding, 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 ding. Excellent.
We don't even have any real strip clubs here anymore, Jim.
Which
I don't
is
know
why my first question was,
what you'll do
was
when
the
you
last-
come.
What was the last strip club standing in Springfield?
Well,
Do we know?
no, actually,
Jim knows.
I did know.
I think it was the Mardi Gras.
Was that it?
Mardi Gras.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a
So
strip club.
let me,
Sure is.
before you guys go, will you be joining us to celebrate 617 Day? When we
I would love to.
Yeah.
That's my dad's birthday, and he's from Boston.
Is that
so
true? Got him instead, actually. Well, congratulations to you, too.
So hold on. So your party is sold out. So no more people can't go. But if they want,
You should come anyway.
Are you going to see? Are people be on the air in some way so people can get into it?
The quiz show with the Lieutenant Governor and David Sibley will be on the air this afternoon at 3. But the party at Progression Brewing in Northampton is another trivia event. You know, we're at capacity for RSVPs, but people come and go. So just
Have music there too. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
We've got
Yeah.
Nathan and Sierra Fergale. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, we had a blast up there visiting NEPM. It was really fun, and we had a great time at the casino hotel too, Jim.
We did?
Yes, we did.
Okay, we did. We did. No, we did. I wouldn't have said it were it not true. Happy 413 to all of you, by the way, from all of us. And we'll see you soon. We love having you guys around. Great to see you guys.
Great to talk to you.
great to see you. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you very much. We have been speaking to Monte, Belmonte, and Khalees Smith of NEPM's Fabulous 413, which airs every day.
You got the question right. I can't believe that.
85. Oh, okay.
It's not 85.
88.5 NEPM. You're interrupting me. It's
Sorry.
88.5 NEPM. Thank you again for joining us. After this quick break, we're going to take your calls and texts about National Scrabble Day and our love, or maybe your love too, of word games. I'm Marjorie. 97GBH BPR streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
For years, Carlos the Codfather Raphael dominated the most valuable fishing port in the United States, New Bedford. But how did he become the Codfather? I'm Ian Koss. His rise started in the 1980s when a bitter strike divided the city, and Carlos flipped it to his advantage. Hear that story on Catching the Codfather, Part 2. I Hope Those People Sink. Tonight at 9 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Framingham State University, where the strength of a Commonwealth begins with access to opportunity. At FSU, students examine evidence and serve the public good. Framingham State University. Live to the truth. Learn more at framingham.edu.
And Schneider Electric, providing energy technology and sustainability advisory services to help the Boston Athletic Association shape more sustainable events for athletes, fans, and the community. Learn more at se.com.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH. It's Jim Browdy, Marjorie. You can stream at youtube.com/GBH News. We're at the library tomorrow. CNN's Sean King will zoom in. Iraq War veteran Mike Prisner will talk about conscientious objectors from the war in Iran. And on the 28th of this month at the library, it's a 2 for Tuesday. Governor for the first hour of the library, Mayor of the library. Today is National Scrabble Day, as we just said to Khalees out there and Monte, obviously. Marking the birthday of word games inventor. His name, Marjorie, is Alfred Mosher Butts. Yes, that point word. B-U-T-T-S.
Mr.
Marjorie
Butts.
will try to control herself. Alfred Butts created the game in the early 30s during the Great Depression, we learned.
I forgot to say he was unemployed the whole time he was doing
You know
this.
why? Because that's the next thing I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
He's an unemployed New York architect. You know what I'm also about to say? He thought Americans could use a bit of a distraction. I haven't said that yet, but I'm about to. During the bleak economic times, which we can obviously do now. Beyond Scrabble, we want to know, in honor of National Scrabble Day, what is your word game of choice? What makes them so popular, and what do they do for you? The number is 877-301-897. And they go from really easy, let's face it, to really, really, really hard. The easiest one ever used to be in the Herald when you were working there. What was that stupid little...
Jumble.
The
Jumble.
That was
Love that.
fun. You really felt good about yourself. It took about 3 seconds kind of thing. Wordle, I would say, which is wildly popular, is really easy. Would you agree?
I think sometimes it's very difficult, particularly when the word begins with a vowel and you are fooled by that.
So what's your favorite?
Like when an idiom. A lot of people were fooled by idiom or words that begin with vowels.
Okay, so what I know, yeah, that's good. So what is your favorite word game?
Well, my favorite are the easiest ones that I can do in about 2 seconds.
What is it?
The mini crossword. I like that.
Mini crossword's fun.
And then I also like the strands. Now that's a newer one. That's
I don't
the
know
top.
that one.
Oh
What's
yeah,
that?
that's the top. That's the top of the page. You put words together that have to do with a single thing, like I'm upset, and the words would be crying, screaming, moaning, groaning. They'll all be words having to do with I'm upset, and you figure it out, and then you have a spamagram or something across the middle. That's kind of fun. You know, it's fun to do. Some people do it in the morning. I guess Martha Stewart. You know, Martha Stewart, that Jim's kind of modeling himself after with all his great cooking these days. She's 84. She gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning. She reads the entire New York Times, and she does all the puzzles.
I mean, really? You believe that?
Yes. She does the tiles and the box letters. She does them because she thinks it's good for her brain.
Well,
and
you know, there's a debate. Isn't there a debate about whether or not doing these kind of brain things keeps your brain
Yeah, there is a debate. I think some people think that you have to do something more intense, like learn to play an instrument or learn a new language. I think some people think memorizing
man, woman, person, camera, TV.
Yeah.
There
Or
you
poems.
go.
Remember, or poems.
Yeah, I know poems.
Or prayers, that kind of
poems
stuff.
Poems are the generally rhyming things.
But the other people think it has to do with getting enough sleep and getting enough exercise.
Okay.
And
So
we don't know.
Okay,
Jim.
good. Do you do spelling bee in the New York
I
Times?
used to. I don't anymore.
Well, you know, I used
It's
to.
hard.
You know why I stopped?
Because it's too
We
hard.
have a friend who shall remain unnamed. We would go back and forth every day about how we did. Do you want to know something? And he's not a bragging kind of person generally. Every day he finished the damn thing. Did you ever finish it once? I never finished it once.
I never did. But I have a friend who does.
Really?
Queen Bee. That's what you get.
I know,
if you get
I
them
know.
all.
Now let me tell you what I do.
She doesn't
since
get
you
out. She's really intense. She gets up really early in the morning and doesn't get out of bed till she's got Queen Bee status.
Who's that?
She could be there for
Who
hours.
is it?
A woman that went to college with my.
Really? Okay, I'd like to say the following since you chose not to ask me what my favorite word thing is.
Well, listen to this.
Thank you.
This
It's still
person
not
says, "I'm sorry."
That's okay. It's
this
fine.
person.
I'll come back tomorrow and answer the question. Good. Maybe next week sometime.
No, we have a text from someone
What is it?
who says they've had over 1,000 consecutive geniuses and 325 queen bees. What do you think of that?
Whatever. I mean, so Jim, what's your favorite word game to
What's
play?
your favorite?
Well, I stopped spelling bee because this other guy was lording it over
Yeah.
me, and he wasn't trying to lord it over me, but it was too intimidating because I never finished it once. I attempt to do the daily New York Times, not the Sunday puzzle. I've never once in my life. How pathetic is this? I've never once completed the Sunday New York Times puzzle. How? I mean, if you do it, I did it every. I'd say 20 years, never completed it once. Occasional daily puzzle I complete, and that keeps you going kind of thing.
My mother used to do it with a friend, and they'd race to see who could finish. It was the double cross stick on Sunday.
Yeah.
She did it every week.
That Marjorie, of course, has forgotten, like everything else. What is If I were talking about crossword puzzles and I were you, the first thing I'd say is I, meaning Marjorie, unlike Jim, was a clue, not in a local crossword.
I was a clue.
In what paper?
The Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, it was a clue.
Yeah, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
That was very good.
I was in the
Alex
Worcester
Beam was the
Telegram.
one.
And it's true, because a listener who shall remain unnamed knew the guy who did this. How pathetic is this? I talked to this person, and she called the guy who did the puzzles, and he didn't want to do it, but he included me as a clue. So it doesn't
Boston
really count.
Herald columnist.
In the whatever you call it, the Wall Street Journal.
That was my claim to fame.
It was Alex Beam who told us about that?
Yeah,
It was Alex.
That's how I got the job here, Jim.
877-301-8970. What is the word game? It does it for you. And I want to know why you get such satisfaction out of it.
Oh, it's great.
It really does
It's
feel
great.
good when you get somewhere.
Wait, okay, so do you do the word games in the morning or do you do them at night?
I do them. I do everything that is in them. I do them in the. I don't want to finish that sentence. I do it in the morning.
Okay. See, I do it at night. It's kind of a reward to myself.
Really?
Yeah.
For what, the good work you've done?
If I've just gotten stuff done, I think, okay, I'm going to spend a half an hour now doing the word games.
Okay, great.
And I, of course, end up spending more than that because I can't get the answers to
Now,
everything.
you were offended when I said Wordle was so easy because you have trouble finishing it.
There's lots of times.
It's too easy.
Especially when it begins with a
Eddie,
vowel.
I know, a vowel. We heard that. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Marilyn, you're in Braintree. You're first. It is Happy National Scrabble Day. Hello.
Well, and the same to you. Happy National Scrabble Day. But I wanted to share with you my thoughts on basically leveling the playing field. A lot of people are intimidated when they want to play with a Scrabble player because they think they're going to lose.
Right.
So I came up with this wonderful idea called Dirty Word Scrabble. And so anytime somebody gets a dirty word, then they can get an extra 50 points.
Oh, okay.
And then you get into the whole discussion, and of course this is always good with a glass of wine or whatever. What constitutes a dirty word? Does it have to be a 4-letter word? If you get a 7-letter dirty word,
that's pretty good. No, don't tell us like what. We know what they are. Good.
Marilyn, you sound like
Marilyn's like a wild woman.
A fun gal.
Yeah.
Dirty words and lots of wine.
Well, yes, but so you could get into, would dirt be considered a dirty word?
Incredible.
That's considered a dirty word. How about soiled? So you could debate.
I think we got it, Marilyn.
Okay, Marilyn.
We got it here.
With whom do you play Scrabble?
Friends. I tried the public library, and quite frankly, it was boring, and I didn't even share my thoughts with them.
Yeah, I know, because you couldn't use foul words. That's why, Marilyn. It was dull. Thank you for the call. We appreciate it.
By the way, talking about competition, did you read the story about Mark Zuckerberg? Gets really
Big
annoyed.
Scrabble guy,
yeah, and he
he is really
ticked off
annoying.
when this high school kid was beating him in Scrabble, and he kind of sort of cheated. He looked up a program that would look up his letters. And
about that to surprise you?
No, but that's
we
pretty
haven't played
embarrassing.
Scrabble, you and me?
No.
We should play Scrabble.
We could play Scrabble. What's the best word to get in Scrabble? In the corner.
You know what it is?
Quiz.
Oh, that's good.
You know
that's
why?
really good. Look at her
Q
face.
is
She's
10
so,
letters
I understand
and
what
Z
it
is
is.
10 letters. I haven't played Scrabble in like 30 years.
Let's go to Josiah in Provincetown. This is my buddy Josiah in Provincetown.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
Hey, I was talking about you just this weekend, but I can't say why. But good to hear from you. I'll call you. What's up, Josiah?
Well, my partner and I, we drive back and forth from Vermont a lot, and the New Hampshire part of the drive is not our favorite, but our favorite game is to decipher all the crazy vanity plates up there, trying to figure out what they mean. And I'll tell you, we get some real humdingers. We got Bridezilla. That was a good one from last week.
That's good.
Resist. I'm sure you'd like that one. But, I'll get 15 or 20 on the way through New Hampshire. It really kills the time, that's for sure.
Do you know that most states, including Massachusetts, I'm quite sure I'm right, I'm wrong, Marjorie, have a full-time person whose job is to make sure that condensed license plates are not hiding some, to get back to the prior caller, inappropriate kind of saying or slang?
not
or that?
know that.
They do that
Well,
kind
they
of.
missed a few in New Hampshire. I'll tell you. I'll give you a spicy one.
Hey, Josiah,
Really?
it's great to hear from you. Say hi. I'll give you a buzz.
Those people
Thank you.
should get together with
Yeah,
Marilyn.
we'll see you this summer. All right.
Good to see you this
Thank
summer.
you, Josiah.
Fabulous guy.
Oh
by
yeah,
the way.
we
One of
met
the truly
with
great
the great
guys.
story about the gentleman who was.
He was the captain of the boat by the guy who was swallowed temporarily by the whale.
and
yeah.
then the whale spit him out. Thank God.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. They're both really good people.
Michael
in
from Gloucester.
Hi,
Thank you
Michael.
for calling.
Hello, how are you?
We're good.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, if you really get into it, the cryptic crossword is the hardest one. It's the one that makes the least sense, the most challenging, the most fun to do.
Cryptic crossword?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
What
where's
is
that?
Yeah. In Sunday in the Times, they have the crossword puzzle, then they have an extra puzzle.
Oh, the double,
I'm sorry.
the double cross
I
stick.
can't even figure
where you
that
have to
out.
figure out the clue.
No, it's not the double cross.
Oh, okay.
Only maybe once every 10 weeks they have a cryptic, and a cryptic is otherwise known as like an English crossword. All the Brits know that's what they grow up with, and they're not, the answers aren't straightforward. They're more like wordplay. For example, I have one up here. It might not be the best one. Place to sit and ponder a TV broadcast, and that's a Davenport, because you have TV. And no, that's not the best one. Hold on a second. Here's another one. Don't vote for a bachelor with stigma. And that's abstain, because the stigma is a stain and don't vote is ab.
I would never be able to do that.
That's pretty good.
That's really hard, though. Isn't that hard?
It makes no sense. And when we started trying to do it, we went online and I looked up all the things. You know how in a regular crossword, the easiest ones are the blanks? You can start that way, like blank panel, so you put in sand.
Yeah, of course,
Here,
yeah.
There are words that say jumbled or broken or damaged or turned around, and so then it might be an anagram. So there might be 3 or 4 anagrams, and you have to figure out what it is. But then your normal, the most standard cryptic clue is where there are 3 things, and one is like half of it, one is the other half, and the other one is the whole thing. And you can only do it by doing it. And like the first time we tried, we looked at it for a week and we couldn't do anything. But eventually, like all these puzzles, you build up knowledge, and eventually my wife and I can finish one of these in like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Can I tell you something? This is exactly the kind of guy I was talking about. Listen to the joy in his guy's voice. That was great, Michael. Thank you for the call. I could never do one of those. By the way, our friend who I was talking about before, you know what he just texted me? An image of today's spelling bee with Queen Bee circled. That's why I don't do
very
Queen Bee.
impressive. That is very impressive.
Did you answer my question? Did you ever get Queen
close.
Bee? I never
no.
did once either.
I mean, I feel like I'm
Even
happy
with the
if I get
clues.
up to like 85
Even
points
with the
or something.
clues, I can't get the thing.
What clues?
They give you the clue.
I missed that. Maybe I'd do better if I found the clues. I didn't know there were clues. Boy, okay.
Oh, my
I have a whole new horizon.
Deborah and Acton. Hi. Hello.
Hi, you guys.
Hi,
I've told you about grammar and linguistic things before.
Oh, good.
I'm going to say spelling bee is awesome. It is turned into this lovely ritual between me and my very grown-up son. And it started when he was little, before bed. Sometimes we'd read books. Sometimes we would do anagram things together.
Oh.
Planets is a great word to use because you get a million out of that.
Yeah, that's
true. But now we both do spelling bee, and then once a week we get together on FaceTime and we compare our results and give each other grief and laugh over things. And it's a lovely, lovely ritual, and yay. That's it.
Well, Deborah, the Times made a big deal about their new ability to allow family members to have the same account. Is that how you do it? Like you both get on the same?
No, if you're on the same account and you start, for example, spelling bee, the unfortunate thing is when your partner or child goes to spelling bee, they'll already have your answers on the thing. So they
you
need
have
their
to have
own
separate
accounts.
accounts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Deborah, that's fabulous. That's actually a fabulous thing in terms of a kid-parent kind of thing. I love that. Thank you, Deborah, for your I should have asked Deborah if she knew there were hints to spelling bee, but I forgot to do it.
I know that there
You
are
really
hints
didn't know
to.
that?
I know that there are hints to other things like Wordle. I know about those.
Yeah.
You have to go look for them online, though.
Yeah.
They're not on the page.
No, they're on the
Are
page.
these on the page?
You have to click on something.
Oh,
and then-
my God.
But by the way, just so you don't feel bad.
Oops. No wonder I
Our
couldn't
friend
get...
is the one who told me about the hints. I've never gotten the whole thing even with the hints.
Oh, you haven't got... Okay.
So it doesn't really...
I'm going to try
I mean,
again
it helps,
tonight.
but
I'll
it
let
doesn't
you know
help
how
me
I do.
enough.
Cynthia
Do you
from...
do crossword puzzles anymore, or you don't?
Just the mini.
Just a little tiny
Yeah.
thing? It's really... They're fun.
Members of my family are big into
Mondays are the
crosswords.
easiest New York Times, by the way.
Yeah,
And
they
so
get
those
harder
are
every
doable.
week.
Yeah, every day.
You know, one of
they're
my
called.
kids is big into crossword puzzles.
Yeah, that's good.
She loves them.
Cynthia and Carlisle, sorry. Hi.
Hi, love you guys.
Thank
so
you.
I do Wordle. I do Wordle every morning before I get out of bed. And when I'm done getting the word, I always go to the hint page because I like to see what the hint would have been. But I get annoyed, and it happened today. I won't say what the word was, but it started with an E, and that was green, so I knew it was the word. But when you go to the hint, it tells you it starts with a B. But then the word it gives you is the word that I got that started with an E, and that's just so annoying.
Yeah, the vowels. It's the vowels, right? Those are tough.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
They made a mistake, right?
They made a mistake. It must have been done by AI.
the hint is wrong.
That is really aggravating. Thank you for sharing that with us, though, Cynthia. No, it is. I'm not making fun of you. I totally agree with you, Cynthia. Thank you for the call. What are you doing over there?
I'm reading some of the text.
Are there any other games we haven't thought of that people are really into?
Somebody said my word game is Kless, Kless.
Never heard of it.
A solitaire Scrabble game, 12 dice in a very small container, and the only letter missing is Q. Huh.
I don't know what it is.
I never
do
heard
you
of it.
do Bananagram? Are you one of those
I
people?
do not know Bananagram.
You don't know it?
I don't know that
okay,
either.
Fine, okay.
Do you know?
You don't
do you
know
play
the,
Bananagram?
You don't know their clues to or hints or whatever.
You didn't
to-
know strands.
Well, maybe I didn't,
There you go.
Margaret,
That's
because I have
a
other
big New York
stuff I'm
Times.
doing. I mean, okay.
New York Times game.
Yeah.
Connections. You played that one? That's a big New York Times
Well,
game.
maybe I'd prepare for the show a little bit more rather than doing strands and connections every day. Maybe we'd have better outcomes here. You know what I mean?
Okay. Susan from New Hampshire. Thank
Hello,
you for
Susan.
calling.
How are you? Hi, Susan.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, love you guys.
Thank you.
I think I am all alone on my own, loving Letterboxd in the New York Times.
I've never done Letterboxd.
Which one is
How's
that?
that work?
I think I am all alone. You get a bunch of letters in a box, and you have to make words out of them, and you can't use any two letters in a row, and you can't use the same letters that are on each side. It's complex.
Well, I don't
I'll
quite
tell
get
you
it,
what
but
I
it
like
sounds
about it.
great.
You'll learn it very quickly, but I love it because there's no right answer. It's not like you're trying to psych out someone who's, kind of evil mind. With all those other word games, you have to kind of figure it out what someone else is thinking. In this case, you make up your own. And usually they say, you have a word limit of 4 or 5 or 6 words to win the puzzle.
Oh, I see it.
Do it in like
I'm
2.
looking at 2,
I try
yeah.
to do it in like 2 words. So but what I don't like about it is they don't give you any points for getting, for doing it with 2 words.
We're going
You
to
know what I
check it
mean?
out. We got to go, but we're going to check it out. We should have said earlier. I was
There's
just looking this up to
11
make
games.
this right.
11 games.
Do you know what the major thing? Hello, Edgar. You know what the major thing that drives new subscriptions to New York Times is?
The games.
Games. Isn't that incredible? What's your game game of
all
choice?
of them. All of them.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm huge into. I love the crossword puzzles. I like the full crossword, the mini, the MIDI, all of them. New York Times, obviously.
Did you
the
ever
best.
complete Spelling Bee?
Yeah,
Did you
Queen
ever
Bee.
complete the Sunday New York Times?
Yes.
Oh,
So
Okay.
my goal on Spelling Bee each day is to get to Genius. Most days, if I get to Genius, then I move on. But sometimes it's flowing, and you really try to become a Queen Bee.
Look
Yeah.
how casual he is.
You know,
about this.
when
I
it's
love
flowing, Jim.
the hints
Okay,
on the spelling bee. I didn't know they were there.
I did not know there were hints either.
Yeah,
Really?
okay.
Yes.
You're not the only one. I did not know. So we've been doing as well as we did.
I know.
With no
Without the hints.
No, excuse
Jim
me, not
is
as well
using the
as
hints.
we did, Marjorie. Edgar has gotten a queen bee sometimes.
Okay, he's gotten a queen
we
bee.
have not.
I've never
if you know
gotten a
what
queen
I mean.
bee.
I think you. So I would say this: you've got to commit to it. So if one day, Marjorie, when you're having a good day with spelling bee, tell yourself, I'm gonna get queen bee today. I bet you can get there.
Well, maybe
I've done
5
it.
hours
I have
later.
not ever gotten it once,
Really?
and I have
Do you
that
do
determination
Are you
every
Wordle
day.
people as well? Do you do the
Jim
Wordle?
says Wordle's is too easy.
Too
for Jim.
easy.
I'm sorry.
Listen to him.
It is.
Whoa.
Jim Browdy over here.
Whoa.
Okay. I'm going to regret that for a long time.
Okay, what's on your show, Edgar?
We're keeping Scrabble going. As you know, it's
good.
National Scrabble Day, so
National
we've got
Scrabble Day.
a top 100 ranked Scrabble champion coming in, and we're going to play some Scrabble. He's going to tips
that
about
would
how
make
to
me nervous.
really do it when you know what you're doing, which I don't. So we're gonna learn together.
Wow.
And the phone lines are gonna be open. So if you got Scrabble stuff, keep the calls
we have
coming.
a lot of game people that are texting, so they should
Great.
text to Edgar.
So keep listening.
Is it the same number? 877?
Same number. Same number.
877-301-8970 to text Edgar about Scrabble.
Yeah.
I know there are hints now, Jim. Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for listening to another edition of GPR 89.7. We talked with Sky and Telescope's Kelly Beatty about a dark sky week. It's happening now, April 13th to April 20th. Tons of great stargazing and educational events. Check out darkskymass.org to find an event near you. These are really cool.
Excuse me, our friend, I was wrong. You know how many times he's gotten queen bee? 979.
What?
Oh, my God.
What?
I mean, really?
Okay.
Really? I mean, come
Wow.
on.
All right. Tomorrow we're going to be seeing as John King, researcher Michael Alasko that does stuff about concussions. Mike Prisner of the Center on Conscience and War for a conversation about the increase in conscious objectors to the war in Iran. And because we picked the wrong Bertel, Jean Krottenberg joins us for a conversation about wine. I want to thank the crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah, Ronan Keane, Brad Lewis on our YouTube stream today. Thank you. Our engineer, John LeClaw Parker, our executive producer, Jane Bologna. Stay tuned to the Curiosity Desk, the Scrabble edition with Edgar B. Hurd III. It's right after us on the Culture Show with Jared. Starts at 2 with writer, composer, and director Bill Barclay about the BSO. Bye.
The stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future. How did we get here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And GM Roth Design Remodeling, providing custom kitchens, bathrooms, and accessory dwelling units. Their design team works to create living-in-place solutions to the needs of each home and family. More information at gmroth.com. And the Peabody Essex Museum, presenting Edmonia Lewis, Said in Stone, a retrospective of the 19th century Black woman sculptor. More at pem.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, how much should schools be integrating AI into classroom curriculums? How about the use of AI as a learning tool? Or are our kids better off waiting till we know exactly what it is we are getting ourselves into? AI in schools, just one piece of our inaugural AI news panel. Then, happy National Scrabble Day to those of you who observe. We will mark the occasion with one of the U.S.'s top 100 Scrabble players who joins us live in studio to talk about his love for the game and why, yes, playing AA is a valid move. This is one where we definitely want to hear from all you wordsmiths and puzzlers out there. What has Scrabble meant in your life? Phone and text lines are open. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. military says it will start enforcing a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz today. It's an effort to put additional pressure on Iran. NPR's Greg Myrie reports President Trump announced the blockade yesterday after U.S.-Iran peace talks over the weekend failed to produce a breakthrough.
The U.S. Navy has a substantial presence in the region, and President Trump says it won't take long for the U.S. to, quote, clean out the strait. Still, the blockade comes with risks. Iran is believed to have placed mines in the waterway. Also, Iran says that if any of its ports are attacked, it will respond by attacking ports belonging to Arab Gulf countries. Iran has effectively closed the waterway for the past several weeks, aside from a small number of friendly or neutral commercial ships it allows through. It's not clear if any of those ships will attempt to challenge the U.S. blockade. Greg Myrie, NPR News, Washington.
Pope Leo has arrived in Algeria on an 11-day tour in Africa. He will also travel to Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon. This trip comes in the wake of a sharp public attack from President Trump amid tensions over the war in Iran. Here's NPR's Emmanuel Akunwotu.
Pope Leo is the first pope to arrive in Algeria, Africa's largest country. Catholic is a tiny minority among the largely Muslim population, but Algeria is the birthplace of the Order of St. Augustine, to which Pope Leo belongs. The trip, however, comes amid escalating tensions with the White House over the war in Iran, criticized by Pope Leo. And on Sunday night, President Trump attacked the Pope.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
And while still on an aircraft landing in Algeria, Pope Leo responded.
Too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed. And I think someone has to stand up and say there's a better way to do this.
Emmanuel Akinwotu, NPR News, Lagos.
Hungary's new Prime Minister, Magyar, is pledging a shift back toward democratic from the authoritarian rule of Viktor Orban, who was voted out of power Sunday by a landslide. Hungarian Americans, such as Anna Hajdu, spoke to NPR's Frank Langford about the outcome.
That's incredible. This gives hope to our generation that we can actually make change, and democracy is not dead.
Orban was closely allied with President Trump. Russia's Vladimir Putin, critics have characterized as hardline or authoritarian. At last check on Wall Street, the Dow is up 12 points at 47,920. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Trump administration fired 3 judges in the Boston and Chelmsford immigration courts late last week. One judge who found the government hadn't proven its case against Rumeysa Öztürk, the Tufts PhD student who was detained and released by ICE last year. Patel was dismissed on Friday. Here she is with G.
If you look at the patterns of the firings of the judges, it's all informed by a kind of political agenda to kind of reshape the immigration bench to reflect the policy agenda of the current administration to be one of mass deportation.
Patel was appointed under the Biden administration. The Executive Office of Immigration Review, which oversees the nation's immigration court system, didn't return requests for comment. Several other judges in California and New York were also let go. Ben & Jerry's is giving away ice cream tomorrow, which is Free Cone Day. Free Cone Day is Tuesday, April 14, one day before the deadline federal income tax returns. And a message on the Ben & Jerry's webpage says, every year we celebrate Free Cone Day at scoop shops around the globe, sharing the love with free cups and cones of your favorite Ben & Jerry's flavors. It's our way of saying thank you for being the best fans ever. Ben & Jerry's has more than a dozen locations across Massachusetts. In sports, the Red Sox open a series with the Twins in Minnesota tonight. That's a 7:40 start. 68 degrees in Boston. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Subaru. In partnership with the Arbor Day Foundation, Subaru and its retailers have distributed 165,000 trees since 2025. Subaru, more than a car company.
listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. A lot of firsts lately on the show. Our first live show at the Boston Public Library was last Friday, and we are thrilled to announce that, yes, we will be back again this coming Friday. So a chance to join us last Friday. Join us this coming Friday. As for now, we've got another first, our inaugural AI news panel here on the Curiosity Desk. Moving forward, you can expect a range of guests with different perspective on all things artificial intelligence. So, here to kick off this version, our first via Zoom, we are joined by Reuters tech correspondent Deepa Seetharaman, and in Studio 3, Shaleen Title, an adjunct professor law at Roger Williams University, where she teaches AI regulations as well as cannabis law. Deepa, Shaleen, thank you both for being with us on the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so I want to start with something in the news. I'm trying to think of the right word. Maybe it's avatar for the rise of AI. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Around 4 o'clock on, I think it was Friday night, a Molotov cocktail was thrown at the gate of his San Francisco home. Police allege that there was a 20-year-old man from Texas who did this, who, by all accounts, has been worried about something a lot of people call the AI singularity, this idea of AI, runaway AI kind of taking over humanity and being very, very bad and dangerous for us. Looks like a second attack may have happened sometime last night. Police say somebody drove past his home and shots were fired. 2 people were arrested shortly after that. What do we make of what's going on right now with Sam Altman?
Well, first, there seems to be a little bit of confusion about that second attack.
Excellent.
And whether that was actually about Sam or somebody else. So, I think there's still no question that there is mounting anger towards AI and towards the CEOs that are running these AI companies, and in some cases, danger. I mean, what happened with Sam at his home was somebody threw a Molotov cocktail right at a gate. And it is that level of violence you've seen in little smatterings across the country coming for AI leaders now is really frightening. Kind of the entire tech industry out here. But there's also an acknowledgement that there's such an emotional debate around particularly like what's going to happen to us. I mean, a couple of AI leaders last year wrote a book that's literally titled, "If We Build It, We All Die." So the stakes are really high.
Yeah.
And it's, I think that there's a lot of confusion. Like, what are we supposed to do about it?
Yeah. Shaleen, I see you nodding in particular when Deepa said the word emotional. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to make any conclusions from one dangerous individual. But no doubt there's a lot of emotion here. And I think polls certainly show that people are feeling increasingly concerned about AI. And I think that leads to feelings of hopelessness. And feeling like maybe you can't do anything and overwhelmed. And so what I would say to people like that is a lot of these decisions are being made at the local level. Are there going to be AI-powered surveillance cameras? What's going to happen in schools? Are there going to be data centers? And these are areas where people really can make a difference in their own city and town. Instead of thinking about what's going to happen in the long term, which maybe we can't control, we should try to think about what's going on in our own town right now.
What do we make of, like when people, you talk about people have concerns around AI. I think those concerns are very broad. I think depending on the person, it may be a different sort of combination of things worried about. But when we talk about the sort of big existential thing that people are nervous about, what is that? What is the AI singularity, or what is this sort of like very existential thing that people are worried about, Deepa?
It's everything. Is that a good answer? I think
everything all at once.
All at once. I mean, there really is I think one of the big concerns is just around work. Like, how do we make a living and live our lives? And especially since work, there's like dignity in work, Right. And people feel like you need a purpose. And suddenly we're in this area or in this age where AI might be taking some of that away, or at least the prospect of some of that away. And so there's, just a feeling of like, how am I supposed to afford my life? How do things go forward from here? What does my job actually look like? And it it doesn't necessarily help that there's a lot of CEOs who and government officials who this is cause like a tremendous amount of chaos. This is going to displace people. You see right now AI coming for computer science engineers, which I mean, computer science was supposed to be like the most stable major you could have.
Yeah, you're going to make great money. There's going to be jobs forever. They're going to be everywhere. You can work remotely. It's the dream.
Right. And the dream's over, because suddenly you have these systems that can do a pretty good job with coding, and so there's a lot of feeling of like, there's a lot of thrash, like, wait, what am I exactly supposed to be doing? And how do I guide my children if I choose to have children? And AI is, again, just one factor of many that is causing a lot of destabilization and a lot of feeling of like, well, what's the future going to look like? But it's a big one.
Yeah, does that track with what you hear, Shaleen?
Definitely. And I would add, too, that there's a big social element to this, too. I think some of the tech leaders have been clear that they're envisioning a future where in 20 or 30 years, people have chatbots instead of friends, or in addition to friends. And that's scary for us because throughout the course of history, our communication and our connection to each other has been the foundation of life. So what does that mean if it changes?
So, as we talk about the fear, existential fears are quite promises of AI, whether it be what it's going to be able to do or the money that it's going to make for certain people, are quite large. But obviously, this is something that still there are the gritty details that have to be worked out as we move forward. One thing that you have recently reported on, Deepa, is that Anthropic, one of the AI companies, is considering getting into the chip design business, the idea that they're going to make their own AI chips. I wonder if you can kind of put this in context for us a little bit, and also in the context of what seems like, a potential limiting factor to the rise of AI, which is who's making these chips? Is there enough materials to make these chips? Can we make them fast enough, et cetera?
So no, there aren't enough chips. There aren't enough. I mean, I think there's two things. There's one, the pace of change seems really great for a lot of people like who aren't in AI and who are worried about what the future looks like. Inside the industry, it's the opposite sort of feeling, which is that they are constrained by how much they can really do by basic supply and demand issues, mainly that they want computational power, but all the materials required to make these chips, everything is in short supply. Everything is in short supply, to the point, even the people who there aren't enough machines that stamp parts that go in the chips, like not even the chip materials themselves, but the people who take that material and turn it into a chip. There aren't enough of those machines in the world. I mean, there is just a constant shortage in supply. And so all the tech companies are thinking, okay, well, how can we address this big gap between, the amount of demand that we're getting, the number of people who are signing up for our service or seem to want to be doing these really big things, and the supply we have. And so one long-term solution, is building chips in-house. And so that's something that Anthropic is weighing, something that they're starting to talk to different people about to try to figure out how to make, actually physically make the product. It still could never happen. I mean, one thing that really distinguishes Anthropic from its much larger competitor, OpenAI, is Anthropic has a serious focus. It focuses on things that it thinks it could win at. And so coding is one, and it's done a very good job, right, at doing that. But building a chip would maybe take it off the beaten path or off the focus, maybe might split its focus. At the same time, that is the number one constraint. It's not even money. The number one constraint is the is the ability to make these chips. So tech companies are thinking about
ways to build the chips. You're listening to the Curiosity Desk.
This is the future.
On GBH, we're talking with Reuters tech reporter Deepa Seetharaman and AI regulation law expert Shaleen Title about the latest in artificial intelligence. Shaleen, you were just mentioning sort of one of the things people can think about closer to home and think about in terms of what can they do as this is happening is data centers. This sort of in some ways seems counter, Deepa paints a picture which is accurate that inside of these companies, they're like, we need more materials, we need more stuff. Meanwhile, at our level, it feels like data centers are popping up like all over the place. Maybe not so much in Massachusetts as other parts of the country, but if you live in Northern Virginia, for example, it sort of feels like they're going up everywhere. But here in Massachusetts, we saw the city of Everett recently, last week, I think, they started the ball rolling on what could be a restriction of data centers in Everett. So this is a proactive move on their part. It still has a ways to go. It's going to council. It needs a number of votes, but the ball has started rolling on that. Earlier this year, we saw the city of Lowell put a one-year moratorium on expansion of data centers or the building of new ones. This is important in Lowell because I think Massachusetts' largest data center is in the city of Lowell, so it's a big deal that Lowell did that as well. Where do things stand with this data center building sort of drama that we see going on, and why is it happening?
Well, I love that you said proactive, Edgar, because I think that's really the key here is we do not have an inevitable future in AI. And there are a lot of different places where regular people can put pressure. Folks in Everett have been organizing since February about a proactive approach there on data centers. And so now we see the planning board making a decision that they're not going to be reactive. They're not going to do what companies say. They're going to make choices about boundaries and guardrails. And I hope to see many other cities following in their footsteps.
The chief arguments here, it seems to be, it's a few things. I mean, it's largely maybe an environment. It's sort of like an environmental concern, whether it be noise, whether it be sort of air pollution, but also just energy consumption. Deepa, kind of within the industry, how are they dealing with the sort of push and pull of this? Because obviously data centers are needed for these computers to run in the way that, these companies need them to run to be doing what they want to do at scale. And yet I think we are starting to see more communities push back a little bit earlier and quicker on this. So what does the industry make of this?
I think the industry sees, for sure, writ large, particularly the data centers, they see them as sort of existential. Like if these do not, we don't have the AI that we are describing, we will not be able to do the things that that these models and this technology is.
We're having a little problem with our connection with Deepa, so we're going to work on that. Meanwhile, Shaleen, I'm going to turn to you for a bit. Let's move into the culture space, for lack of a better way of thinking of it. A new study from Gallup recently found, I think have grown, as you were sort of saying, less hopeful about the future and artificial intelligence's role in it. In some cases, a little bit more angry about artificial intelligence. Some numbers from this recent polling, percentage of respondents aged 14 to 20 felt hopeful about AI has declined sharply, now down to 18%. So that's just 18% of Gen Zers saying feel hopeful about AI. About a third of that same group say that AI makes them feel angry. At the same time, a majority of them say they use it. So how do we that circle, so to speak?
Yeah, I was talking to a college student over the weekend who was saying she feels like it stifles her creativity and she really tries not to use it. But she still feels that she needs to be able to understand when it's appropriate for efficiency's sake. And I think, for adults and college students, that makes sense. You understand the risks and you understand where it works and you make your own decision. For younger children, I think that's where it gets a lot more tricky. And we have to think about the future. You know, like Deepa was saying, there is one version of the future where generative AI is going to play a role force and it's going to be transformative, and we need the infrastructure to support that. But things change, right? The opinions of these Gen Zers changed. I think companies are also in many cases, they're not getting the significant results that they expected to, and they're pulling back on their investments. So we don't know what the future will be, and we shouldn't make one assumption as we're planning for it.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're talking about artificial intelligence. I believe that we've got Deepa back on the line. Deepa, we're talking a little bit about this recent Gallup poll and kind of declining numbers from Gen Zers in terms of their hopefulness about AI, yet full admission on the part of that same population that they're using it a fair amount in work and school.
Yeah, I mean, I think I recently, last fall, went to the University of Wisconsin to do a little reporting, and I was really struck by the number of students there who they're very skeptical of AI. You know, they look at it like something that is potentially useful, but also too easy. I heard more than once a student say something along the lines of, if I let AI do everything, why would someone hire me? Like, what is my purpose?
Yeah.
And so but that doesn't mean they're not using it. I talked to one particular student who said, oh yeah, they use it to, if they don't understand a specific concept in a math class, they'll use it to generate new problems, then to kind of work them out with an AI assistant. They use them to kind of organize their life and use kind of like a chief of staff to help them figure out what kind of classes they should be taking or what kind of opportunities or internships they could take and how to schedule them. They use them to like the drudgery of emailing and writing. I mean, I think there's some mixed feelings about using it to write even a little bit.
Yeah.
Some of the educators that I know, but some of the students are like, well, we are not necessarily, we don't really know how to write professional emails yet. So why not use an AI, like a chatbot that is trained on all of humans' email?
Yeah. I mean, let's drill down a little bit in terms of use of it specifically in the classroom as, for education. Deepa, I know like you've written a fair amount about one of the phenomenon that we see playing out over the last couple of years is, for lack of a better way of saying it, sort of a cat and mouse game that's going on between educators and students in terms of not just should we be using it at all, but is it being used illicitly when it shouldn't be to quote unquote cheat? Where do we stand on that right now?
A lot of the educators I've talked to feel like the best enforcement mechanism they have is really guilt, like the argument of, look, like you could use AI. There are those those AI detectors, but they don't work with 100% precision, and sometimes real human writing can be categorized as AI, and so leading to false positives. So the educators that I know are making that argument of, look, we could do blue books in class, where you're actually going to write physically, but fundamentally you need to ask yourselves, like, are you here in college to learn skills and learn how to think? Or are you here because you just want to get through it and AI is going to help you? Because one of those, learning is going to help you get a job. Getting through it with an AI assistant isn't a competitive advantage.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of like an AI assistant, Shaleen, I think you were the one who brought this to our attention. Sal Khan of Khan Academy did an interview with Chalkbeat and, kind of going over the fact that it's been 3 years since they launched, I think it's called Conmingo, which was like their AI-powered tutor learning assistant, and sort of fully said hey, people aren't using this. It's not really working the way we thought, and they've been at it for 3 years. So what do we make of that?
Yeah, he had initially said this was going to be transformative for education. And I think we can all agree there is a potential here for generative AI to be helpful in the classroom. There's also a potential for it to be very risky and harm cognitive and emotional learning. And what I think we should not lose sight of is we generally don't experiment on children, especially in public schools. There might be some cases where a family and a teacher decides to use experimental technology, but in general, we use things that are based on evidence, effective, like teachers and well-trained teachers. And so it makes a lot more sense to ask questions now like, do we know these products work? Do we protect student safety? And has it been tested on groups of students, from different races, different income, disability status, so they're not creating new equity gaps? Once we have answers to those questions, should we consider putting them in the classroom?
Are folks out there doing that work, doing that careful work? Is there a way to do that careful work and figure this out, especially when the technology is changing so quick under our feet?
Absolutely, yeah, but it takes time. It always takes years to watch these things. And so it makes a lot more sense to take a pause, before you put these things in the classroom. It kind of happened with Chromebooks, right? And one-to-one devices that we put them in the classroom a little too quick. Yep. And now we can't change our mind easily, even if we wanted to.
And
so
cell phones in general, right? We
Absolutely.
see happening here in Massachusetts saying, do we need to get phones out of school, right? And, that...
And social media as well, right? So let's learn from those lessons.
All right. We've been speaking with Deepa Seetharaman, tech correspondent for Reuters, and Shaleen Title. She's adjunct professor of law at Roger Williams University, where she teaches AI regulations as well as cannabis law. Thank you both for being with us for our inaugural AI discussion here on the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks so much.
Stay with us. Just ahead, April 13th, as we've been saying, is National Scrabble Day. We will meet a top-ranked competitive Scrabble player in the U.S. to learn what it takes to master this all-time great board game. This is the Curiosity Desk on GH. Stay with us.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, around the world, democracy is in decline and strongman politics are far less fringe. Historian and best-selling author Timothy Snyder joins us. In his books, including On Tyranny and The Road to Unfreedom, he has spent years tracing how democracy is hollowed out by propaganda, fear, and by leaders who turn grievance into rule. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Discovery Museum in Acton, inspiring learning through hands-on science, nature, and play. Celebrating and connecting with nature for Earth Week, April 18th through 26th. DiscoveryActon.org. And Biogen. For nearly 50 years, Biogen has been committed to advancing biotechnology innovations to develop new medicines for people with hard-to-treat diseases. Biogen, making breakthroughs happen. Biogen.com.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Today, April 13th, is National Scrabble Day. It is also, by the way, National Peach Cobbler Day, but that wasn't appealing to our team of producers. They are a surprisingly, I would say even irrationally anti-peach group of people, but we are all big fans of Scrabble, and we suspect a few of you out there are too. So that means we want to hear from you during this next segment. 877-301-8960 is the number 877-301-8970. Do you play Scrabble? Do you play other games like Scrabble? Scrabble-like games? What does it mean to you? Has it changed relationships? You can call us or text us. With us in Studio 3 right now, IT professional by day at Northeastern, top-ranked U.S. Scrabble player by night, although I suspect he doesn't only play at night. Bradley Whitmarsh is here. He's brought a Scrabble board with him. He's going to try to teach me a thing or two, or I guess teach us a thing or two while we go on here. But first, let me welcome Bradley to the Curiosity Desk. Welcome, Bradley.
Thank you, Edgar.
Really glad to have you here. Tell us, playing some Scrabble, tell us a little bit about yourself and your relationship with Scrabble. Maybe I'm making a huge assumption here, but I guess you, like most people, probably played for the first time sometime as a kid. But somewhere along the way, you went from, I play once in a while, to you're essentially like a professional Scrabble player, a competitive one. So what was that journey?
Yeah, I played when I was a kid with my grandma and my dad, but not very frequently. And then, I don't know, I went to college, got a job. And then, I don't know, I just needed something to do. Found a game on Yahoo called Literati, which is sort of like a Scrabble clone.
Yeah.
And I played that for a few years. And then I met some people through Literati that played in Tournament Scrabble. And they used to post their tournament reports on the website. And I'd read them and go, oh, that's cool. I think I could do that. And around that same time in 2005, I saw documentary Word Wars at the Boston Independent Film Festival in Davis Square. And that was... that was a documentary about 4 of the top Scrabble players in tournaments, and that was cool too. And I thought, oh yeah, I can do that too. So in 2006, I started going to club, and then I played in my first tournament in April of that year.
Did you? I mean, when you were younger and played it, were you like particularly good, or did you particularly like it, or was it just like Monopoly or Sorry or any other game you'd occasionally play?
It was like any of those other games, although it did tend to take a while, especially if we played with my dad, because my dad didn't like to lose, and so
so he would take it like
he would take
seriously?
forever if he didn't have a good play, he'd just take forever and hope to find something better. And it's just like, so I think that's probably one of the reasons why we didn't play that much.
Well, now I wonder, now that you are so good at it and you're a competitive player, would you say that your dad is taking your time and trying to get the exact right word? Is that a good strategy or is that a bad strategy?
You have a limited amount of time in a tournament game, so you want to balance. You don't want to play too quick. Otherwise, you'll miss stuff, but you don't want to take too much time because then you'll run out of time by the end of the game.
Yeah. We are, this is Curiosity Desk. We're talking about Scrabble with Bradley Whitmarsh, who is a nationally ranked competitive Scrabble player. Phone lines are open, by the way. Give us a call at 877-301-8970. Weigh in. Do you love Scrabble? If so, what is meaningful for you about Scrabble? 877-301-8970 is the number. Okay, so you are nationally ranked. What does that mean? Like, who ranks you? Like, how does the ranking work? Like, what is the competitive world like? And, how do you know you're good? Other than, I guess, you go to competitions and you win some.
You get a rating.
Is it like a chess rating? Like, how does it work? Yeah,
it's similar to chess. You get a rating based on the strength of the people you played and whether or not you won or lost.
Okay.
That's how most of the ratings work. There's a few different ratings. There is one rating that's a little different in that it takes into account how much how much you won or lost in each individual game. So if you beat an expert by a lot, your rating's going to go way up. Whereas if you beat them by a little bit, it's not going to go up as much.
Gotcha. And how many how often are you playing tournaments? Are you like traveling all the time and playing tournaments, or is it just like every once in a while you're like, well, kind of throw my hat in the ring here?
There was a time when I played probably a couple times a month, but now it's more like once every couple of months. Although lately there's been one-day tournaments in the Boston and Providence areas, once a month usually. So I've been playing in those. So I'm getting a little less rusty in between tournaments because I can play a little bit more often.
Gotcha. All right, let's play a little Scrabble, you and I.
Oh yeah.
How about? And maybe we'll play in such a way that I'm going to play sort of open, and you can walk me through how I can become a better Scrabble player.
Yeah.
Right. So how do we do this? I just pick my 7 tiles?
Yeah, draw 7 tiles.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've drawn 7 tiles, and you're going to draw 7 tiles as well. By the way, we're speaking with Bradley Whitmarsh. He is a nationally ranked U.S. Scrabble player. We're talking about Scrabble. It is International Scrabble Day today. We'd love to hear from you. 877-38970 is the number. We got some comments right now on YouTube. John Hogan says that their highest scoring word other than quiz on a triple was Tsarinas. Is Tsarinas a good word, would you say, Bradley? Yeah, you're getting the nod from Bradley on that one. Mary says she had to stop because she had company for lunch. Great game that you else playing about is Polygonal. Do you know this game, Polygonal? Have you ever heard of that game?
No.
Apparently it's another word game. We oughta know. All right, Bradley. So I got my 7 letters. How do I organize? What is the professional way to organize my letters, my tile on my rack once I get them? Do you do it like?
I put mine in alphabetical order.
You do,
because that's how I study. So one of the ways I study is I'll have the computer show me a word scrambled, but I'll always have it be in alphabetical order. That way, if I get those letters and mine are in alphabetical order, I'm a lot more likely to remember it.
Interesting. And why do you do it this way?
You just want to train, because when you're studying, you want to train yourself to see these 7 letters and come up with the word. Like if you see A-C-L-R-S-T-Y, you want to be able to say, okay, that's crystal.
Okay. So you're literally training your brain to be able to unscramble words anytime in real time.
Yeah, it helps to learn them because if you see them in the same order every time.
So you put your stuff in alphabetical order. So I'm gonna go ahead and do
Not all
that.
players do that, but generally that's what people do.
Okay, so that's sort of like standard, acceptable.
Yeah, some
good
players
practice.
put the consonants together and then the vowels. I've never understood that.
And then are you immediately looking for, is the idea here like you want to find a really big word first, or you like walk me through it? You checking the points on your tiles? Are you looking at the board? How are you managing all of the stuff that you're trying to do to win?
The biggest advantage is to play a bingo, which is to use all 7 of your tiles on the same word, on the same play, I should say. That's 50-point bonus, so that's huge. So generally, you're always trying to build toward a bingo.
So you're trying to build to one big word.
Yeah,
So,
and it's either going to be a 7-letter word on your rack that you can place on the board by hooking it to something else, or it's 7 letters that you play through a letter on the board to make an 8-letter word.
So I feel like if I'm playing bingo, or if I'm playing Scrabble just with my friends, I feel like if I get one, as you call it, bingo during a game, I'm like, I nailed it. But in a competitive match, like are there bingos coming left and right? What's the average number of bingos in a competitive game?
I would say each player usually gets about 2.
Really? So
yeah, I'd say in the lower divisions, maybe average is lower than 2, but I would say in the expert, at least 2, if not more.
All right. Okay, so let's talk through what. So I have. What do you have? So here you have.
I'm not
ABC.
bingoing anytime soon because the B and the C and the 2 W's don't go together.
All right, so you have A, B, C, E, I, W, W. Who plays first here?
I'm letting you go first.
You're going to let me go first. All right, I have I and then this. What's this?
Blank.
Yeah, so I have I have a blank. Oh, I see. I have an I, a blank, an O, a T, a U, and a V. Can we talk about the blanks?
Yeah,
Are
sure.
they valuable? Are they important? Competitive game, are you like, I'm really excited when I get a blank?
They're the most the 2 blanks are the most valuable tile because it's so much
really
yeah, it's so much easier to get bingo if you can make that 7th letter anything you want.
I see. So the name of the game is really bingos, like that. I mean, it like everybody's kind of trying to shoot the moon, so to speak.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be bingoing, so I'm going to try to score the most I can while leaving myself with tiles that might be able to bingo next turn.
Okay, so if you're okay, well, let's play it out. Let's play it. See what happens. You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are with a nationally ranked competitive Scrabble player, Bradley Whitmarsh. We're taking your comments, your calls, 877-301-8970. All right, I'm going to play a short word because it's all I can think of right now while we're trying to do this. And when I start a game, where do I want to start from?
Your first word has to touch this pink square.
So it has to touch it, but does it really matter how I build it out from there?
One thing you want to be considerate of is premium squares.
Yeah.
Especially if you put vowels next to the premium squares, it's going to open up a spot for me maybe to play a high-scoring tile going both ways.
Okay, so you're watching. That's a good tip right there. So you watch, which I never really thought about, which is whether you have a vowel near a premium square, because then that improves the chances. It's more dangerous. All right, so there's no way around it really for me here. So I guess there is if I do it this way. Sorry, I'm off the mic there, folks. I played Tot, T-O-T, and thanks to Bradley, I knew enough not to put the O right next to the double letter scores that are right there. So I played Tot, and then now I take my
3 more tiles.
I take my 3 more tiles, and you're gonna play, right?
Yeah.
So what do you got for me?
Do you want me to comment on your play?
Yes, comment on my play. Tell us what we did.
I happen to see some of your tiles. I'm pretty sure you have a U and a V, right?
I do have a U and a V.
Yeah, the U and the V at all.
So what do you mean by they do not go together?
They don't have a lot of synergy. There's not a lot of words that have both a U and a V in them.
I see.
So your better would have probably been to try to play one of those tiles.
Oh, interesting. So so it sounds like one of the things you do when you're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just making sure I have 7 tiles here, folks. Is you're trying to understand the relationship of any 2 or 3 letters to each other.
Yeah, or all the letters on your racks. Because if you make a play and you're leaving 5 tiles on your rack and they're AERST, that's really powerful because there's a lot of bingos, a lot of 7 and 8 letter words that have those letters in them.
A lot of bingos, a lot of stuff. Okay, so besides U and V, what are some other letter combinations that like don't have synergy? For example,
the W doesn't really go with any. Oh, the W goes with a T because TW goes with an H, WH.
Yeah.
It doesn't go with B, doesn't go with C that much either. Doesn't go with each other. There aren't a lot of words with 2 W's. Stuff like that. UW is probably the worst 2-tile combination. There aren't that many words with U and W.
I gotcha. And again, because we're trying to like maximize, we're trying to get one big word.
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually. All right, your turn to play, Bradley. So I've got Todd on the board. Bradley's playing now. Just a reminder, this is the Curiosity Desk. We're talking Scrabble with Bradley Marsh. You can give us a call at 877-301-8970. 877-301-8970. Let us know what Scrabble means to you. We have a YouTube comment here from South Coast Mom who says, she started playing again with a group of women about a year ago. Always loved the game. It's been fun to play again. Win a lot, but looking forward to these hints. Hopefully we're bringing you some good hints right now, South Coast Mom, and get you some more victories. All right, so Bradley is clearly a champion level player because what you did here, which is something I feel like good players would do, it makes sense, is you did not just play perpendicular to me, you played parallel to me, and you've made multiple words. So you played W-A-W. And what is that word? What is W-A-W?
Well, one of the cool things about playing Scrabble is that you don't need to know what the words mean. I happen to know it's a letter, although I don't know which letter. It must be a letter in some other language.
So is that something you do like as you're becoming a competitive player, as you're like working up or training, learning those? Let's talk a little bit about the 2-letter words and the 3-letter words. Like you said, words that you don't necessarily. Is that something that you just got to like rote memorize? And do all the competitive players essentially have a full list in their head of those words?
Yeah, it definitely helps to know the definitions because A, you're more likely to remember that it's a word, and B, you're more likely to know like what forms it takes. Like if you know that J-O-W is a verb that means to ring a bell, then you know J-O-W-E-D is also good, and J-O-W-I-N-G. You know it's a verb, so you know you can.
Oh, interesting.
Those other
so you can extend
it.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily need to know the definitions as long as you know that it's valid and that what hooks you can play on it. And by hooks, I mean what letter you can add to either the front or the back of it to extend the length of the word by 1 and make a word going the other way.
I got you. So,
like, for example, I could have played my E here to make tote and then made a word going across this way, but I decided the E was more valuable to keep for next turn.
And you call that hooks?
Yeah. Hooks is the way to get the word on your rack onto the board. Because whenever you're making a word, it has to be in a straight line.
Okay, so let's take I'm gonna have Bradley take a look at my tiles now. So what do I have going on here? I've got a bunch of E's. I've got 2 E's. I've got a blank. I got an I. I got a U, a V, and an N. I do not have them in alphabetical order, but what are you thinking there? What should I be thinking?
Yeah, you're not. I don't see. You're not likely to find. Oh, you do. You do have a 7-letter word.
Oh.
But not normal, and you're probably not going to find it.
All right, so I have a 7-letter word that is not normal that I'm probably not going to find, and we're going to find out what that is in just a second. We are going to step away for just a quick moment, and you will be right back with us if you don't go anywhere. This is the Curiosity BH. Stay with us.
Intimacy coordinators wear many hats on a film set. Simulated sex choreographer, advocate for actors' boundaries. They're a fixture in Hollywood these days, but they haven't always been welcomed with open arms.
It's like a touchy subject, intimacy and sex. And people don't want to be told how to do that necessarily.
I'm Elsie Chang, the art of fake sex, on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to season to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And Rockland Trust Bank, helping foster healthy relationships with money by providing education and resources to the community, one neighborhood at a time. Rockland Trust Bank, where each relationship matters. Member FDIC.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. If you're just tuning in, we're learning how to get a competitive edge in the game of Scrabble. We're celebrating National Scrabble Day. We're with Bradley Marsh, who's a top-ranked competitive Scrabble player. We're taking your calls at 877-301-8970. So just a moment ago, we found out that I do, in fact, have a 7-letter and an unusual 7-letter word. This is Bradley has told us that I have an unusual 7-letter word that I could play. This is something known as a bingo, and is apparently something that is good for me to, if I'm trying to win a game, I need to get 2+ on average in a big competitive game. If you're watching us on the YouTube stream, we're going to put those 7 letters up. I want to see if you folks on YouTube can tell me what this 7-letter word is. Bradley, you're going to tell me in a minute, but first we're going to go to the phones. We've got Raman in Grafton. Raman, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. What do you got for us on this National Scrabble Day?
Hi, thank you. I love Scrabble. I love playing. It's our family game actually. Like, whenever we find time, we play Scrabble. And my daughter and son-in-law introduced to this game, and it's really great. And that's how we develop our skills with vocabulary. And Thanks for the session. So one quick question I have for Bradley is is there a separate Scrabble dictionary as such?
All right. So great question. And it's great to hear that you and your family are playing Scrabble together. I love that. Keep at it. And you should definitely play some today. I didn't realize until we were prepping for this segment that it was Scrabble Day, and it's a good day to play some Scrabble. But yeah, Bradley, what can you tell us about the Scrabble dictionary? Is there a particular Scrabble dictionary?
Yeah, there is. And traditionally, it was compiled by Merriam-Webster. Now
Springfield-based, right here locally, Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, now it's. They're still highly involved, but it's also the Scrabble organization has kind of taken on some of that lexicography work.
Has that been controversial inside of the Scrabble world?
A little bit, because the people who work for the Scrabble org aren't as thorough as that's not really their main business to know words in the same way that lexicographers know. So there's been a little bit of confusion about which words get added and which ones don't. For example, there was a French word added, Mirepoix. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Mirepoix, maybe.
Yeah.
And for some reason, when they first added it to the dictionary, they added it with a plural of Mirepoixs, which you would never pluralize a word ending in X with an S.
Right.
If anything, it would be ES. Or maybe it's French. Maybe it's already plural. Who knows?
Yeah.
So stuff like that happens every once in a while. But then they usually fix it and they'll take it back out. But it just causes a little bit of confusion.
How often is that updated? Is there like a new edition every year or whatever? Or?
It's not as frequent as a year, but it's every few years. I would say now it seems to be like every 2, 3, 4 years, maybe.
Interesting stuff. All right, back to our Scrabble game and this alleged 7-letter word. I'm looking to see if we got any comments on YouTube. Looks like somebody... Underworld seems like a word suggestion. I think maybe that was that a suggestion of my 7-letter word? Unclear. Oh, I see. You can't really see on the screen. Well, let's just reveal what's my 7-letter word here, Bradley.
Yeah. So if you make the blank an L, you have vanual.
Vanual. And how do I spell that? And where do I play it here?
Seems to me the high scoring play would probably be to put the V here and make it going this way, making tote.
I see. So it ends in an. Oh, so I'm gonna make the E.
Yeah.
And then how do you spell vanuel? What does it mean?
Veinule.
Vein.
Yeah, the V is going to go in the middle letter, that blue square over there.
I'm massive points
here.
Yeah,
exactly.
Not quite, right?
ULE.
Oh,
yeah, so that's right.
LE, I got it. So my blank is an L. So that's vanual. What does vanual mean? You don't know. You just know it's a word.
It must have something to do with the veins, something that goes through your veins, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. We got a text. We got an anonymous text here. Who says this is a surprisingly emotional topic that we're talking about today. Their mother, who died at 93 a year ago, yesterday, was an avid Scrabble player. She came of age in the era when teens carried Scrabble boards to parties. Still had an original 1944, physically frail and hard of hearing at the end, but playing Scrabble with her gave them a fun reminder of a sharp, competitive person. Mother will be remembered for many things, she says, an activist, community organizer, but Scrabble playing is the thing that is always going to link her with her mother. It was even included in her obituary. Thank you from that anonymous texter. A beautiful, beautiful tribute there to your mother. Just on that, Bradley, I wonder if you talk about Scrabble community. Is that a draw for you in this? I mean, as you pointed out, you were online, and that's kind of what got you serious about it. And it was people that you were playing with, learning that they were playing competitively. I assume you kind of meet the same people over and over again once you kind of get to a certain level of play. Is that a draw for you, or is that a draw for people?
Yeah, I think so. Friends, and the people that play Scrabble tend to be like really collegial. Like after the game, they're about what happened in the game, and I should have made this play. What did you think to do with this? That's called post-morteming. That's kind of morbid, sorry, but that's what it's called.
That's okay. It's okay. You can. If that's what it's called, it's all right.
It's a pretty friendly atmosphere, especially on the upper levels with the experts. I mean, every once in a while you run into some curmudgeonly person, but most of the time they're pretty friendly.
And generally speaking, is it like, are you, when folks who are maybe not as good as you are like trying to learn, trying to get better, is it the kind of an environment where people like share their tips and like try to really sort of coach people up? Is it?
Yeah, and I think one of the things is we don't get a huge influx of new players. So when somebody does show an interest, we want to like guide them.
You want to grab them and get them in the cult as quickly as you can.
Exactly. We want them to succeed, and we want them to enjoy the game, and we want them to stay, so we have more people to play.
Are there like clubs around here? Are there meetups around here? Like if you live in this area, folks are listening and they're kind of into Scrabble. Like is places they can go to meet people and play, or is this like an online phenomenon?
No, it's the things I do, the tournament. But there's also a club in Lexington that meets on Thursday nights at the Unitarian Church on Lexington Green, Thursday nights in Lexington. So if you're listening and you're in the Boston area and you want to play on a real board against real people, that would be a good place to start.
That's pretty cool stuff. Let's talk a little bit about the level of Scrabble play that you're at versus, say, somebody like me who, without you, would never have gotten Vanuel, wouldn't have even thought about doing it, and certainly wouldn't play the way you play. What are your like great moments in Scrabble history? Like, what's your top score, and how does that rank versus like a typical top score? Like, what's the greatest game you've ever played?
Yeah, I don't know, because I've played 4,000 games.
You've played 4,000 games?
Yeah, since 2006, I've played over 4,000.
In person?
Yes.
Wow, 4,000 in-person games.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, so they tend to all run together. I mean, even at a tournament, I can't usually remember what happened last game. Once the next game starts, I'm like in the moment.
Yeah. And how about some like words that you've played that you were like super proud of? Can you think of it, like among the games, is there something that sort of springs to mind where you're like, oh man, when I played that word or I had that score?
Yeah, one of the coolest plays in Scrabble is called a triple triple. It's when you can play an 8-letter word through it. That's through you're playing your 7 letters through a tile that's already on the board, and the tile's on the edge of the board, and it's in between one of the triple word scores and the other triple word score.
Okay.
And so I had an opponent that played a word ending in S, and the S was in the 7th position, and my rack was ACDNOTW. And so I played Downcast through the S, hit both triple triples, 203 points. That was the first triple triple I ever played in a tournament game. That was pretty cool.
How did that feel?
Really good, because that 203 points is usually like 5 turns worth of scoring, and did you get it all at once?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you know what your top scoring match ever was?
I think the most points I've ever scored in a game was 654. But
that's a lot.
I've never had a 700, but there's plenty of players who had 700.
Is that like you're trying to get a 700 game that puts you in rarefied? That's like getting a hole in one in golf or whatever. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, a couple of questions coming in on text and the YouTube stream, and I think this is a good one where we're just talking about general rules and tips. Somebody was asking how you manage getting either too many vowels or too many consonants, and then crucially, is it ever worth losing a turn to swap out your letters? What say you, competitive Scrabble player?
It's a lot easier to manage too many consonants than too many vowels, because usually the consonants at least score points. The vowels are all 1-pointers, so you're not going to score anything that turn. So one of the things that Scrabble players learn, and it's on that sheet of paper I gave you, they're called vowel dumps. And so there's a bunch of 4-letter words that are 3 vowels, or a bunch of 5-letter words that are 4 vowels.
Yeah.
Not as many of those, but there's a few like A-A-L-I-I is a word if you or a Z or O-U-R-I-E. There's a lot of words like that where you can get rid of at least 3 or 4 of your vowels at once and score. You're not going to score that much. You might score 10 or 15, but sometimes that's better than trading. But as far as when you trade, what you have to do is just look at how many points you're going to score, which tiles you're going to have left over, and decide is it worth it to play this for 10 points, or should I throw back and get. Usually you want to keep at least one. If you have 7 vowels and you throw back 7 vowels, you might draw 7 consonants.
Right.
You want to sort of balance it that way.
So you do sometimes throw back. That is, It is valid to do that.
Yeah.
Another question we're getting about from folks on YouTube is, the idea of challenging the validity of a word. Does that? I'm going to guess. I could be wrong. I'm going to guess that, like, at the competitive level that you're at, you're just sort of assuming that if they're playing a word, it's real. But does a challenge ever actually happen? And even just in a casual game, how do you challenge a word, and what happens if, it turns out it is not actually a word?
Actually 2 different challenge systems that are used in tournaments in North America. And one of them is tied to the North American Scrabble dictionary, and it's called double challenge, which means if you play a phony off, then you lose your turn.
I got it.
And if you play a valid word and I challenge it, then I lose my turn. There's also this International Scrabble dictionary that uses a challenge system called 5 points. It's the same as the other one in that if you play a phony and it gets challenged off, you lose your turn. But if you play a valid word and I challenge it, you get an extra 5 points. I don't lose my turn. I like those rules better. I feel like it's less draconian. I don't want to lose my turn if my opponent plays a word that I don't know.
I got it. Well, Bradley, we've got Jared Bone from the Culture Show in here, so I'm going to have to let you go. Last question for you, Bradley, is even though I played twice and you only played once, and one of the words I played was a word you told me to play, I definitely have more points than you, so did I win?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not. Bradley won. There was no way around it. Thank you. That's Bradley Whitmarsh, among the 100 best Scrabble players in the country, joining us on Scrabble Day. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
You a word game guy, Jared?
Crossword puzzles.
Crossword puzzle.
Yes.
Not so much Scrabble?
Not in a while.
Yeah.
But I do love Scrabble.
Yeah, crossword puzzles just had their tournament this past weekend in Stamford, Connecticut.
Oh, fantastic.
So,
no, Jared, this is where you say, I know, because I won.
Get them in here next.
Exactly.
Excellent. Well, what do you got on the Culture Show today, Jared?
I have a 7-letter word, tyranny. We're going to be talking to Timothy Snyder, of course, who wrote On Tyranny, The Road to Unfreedom. He's going to be honored at Literary Lights coming up of weeks by the Associates of the Boston Public Library. A very apt day to be talking to him after the election in Hungary last night.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to him about his books, his thoughts. Boston's Youth Poet Laureate us because it is National Poetry Month.
Indeed.
We will hear from one of our younger poets in our society carrying it forward. And then Bill Barclay is here. He has done a lot with the Boston Symphony Orchestra in terms of programming. He has a lot to say about the BSO.
Things that are happening at the BSO?
Exactly. More about the audiences. And there's this whole concern with the departure of Andres Nelson's and the BSO citing a downturn in audience. But Bill Barclay says young people are definitely listening to classical music. It's just a matter of getting them into the hall.
Very interesting stuff. That sounds like another winner from the Culture Show, and Jared Bowen coming your way in about a minute and a half, so don't go anywhere. As for us, that about does it for today. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, Hannah Lawson, Nicole Garcia. Patty Daniels is our triple. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massow and Patrick Lally. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on 89.7 and streaming on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, check out the brand new podcast edition of the show. That is available wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Harwick III. Curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show. Next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our program from you.
And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, offering wellness care and support services to help seniors age in place, including a Compass Memory Support Neighborhood. ConcordPark.org/care. The next Independent Lens offers a glimpse into the lives of the immigrant workers who sustain the horse racing industry at Churchill Downs. Watch Backside, The Unseen Hands of Horse Racing, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
You're listening to 80 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, historian and best-selling author Timothy Snyder joins us in books including On Tyranny and The Road to Unfreedom. He has spent years tracing how democracies are hollowed out by propaganda, fear, and leaders with a canny capacity for whipping populations into embracing authoritarianism. From there, T.S. Eliot famously wrote in The Wasteland that April is the cruelest month. But that was before April became National Poetry Month. So, in the spirit of challenging Eliot, we're marking the month with Boston's Youth Poet Laureate, Eileen Shaw. She'll join us to discuss her path to poetry and recite some of her own. And as the Boston Symphony Orchestra contends with backlash over the departure of conductor Andris Nelsons, Bill Barr sees more than upheaval. He sees opportunity. We talk with him about the orchestra's future, the live concert experience, and the future audience he says is already tuning in. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Historically, democracy is worn down slowly by propaganda, by fear, and by the erosion of norms that once kept power in check. Few writers have done more to trace that process than Timothy Snyder. Snyder is a historian, best-selling author, and intellectual whose books On Tyranny and The Road to Unfreedom have helped us understand why democracies decline and how authoritarianism rises. Recent book on freedom, he asks what freedom is, how we have misunderstood it, and the architecture of a society that makes freedom possible. Snyder is a best-selling author and the inaugural Temerty Chair in Modern European History at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. On April 26th, he'll be honored at the annual Literary Lights Dinner, sponsored by the Associates of the Boston Public Library, the group that aids in the preservation of the library's historic special collections. Timothy Snyder, welcome to The Culture Show. It's really great to have you here.
Glad to be with you.
Well, let's start with what we saw happen over the weekend and how it will resonate in the United States, if it will resonate, and that would be the election in Hungary where Viktor Orban was tossed out. How are you interpreting those election results?
Yeah, certainly it will have resonance in the United States. So if you're not following Central European politics, you might wonder why it is that a prime minister of a Central European country, which has 10 million population or so, would be so important. And the answer is that Viktor Orban, over the past couple of decades, has been a central node in a financial, symbolic, and political network which connects far-right ideas to people with money. And that is why we saw J.D. Vance traveling to Budapest. That is why we saw both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump support this man. And that, of course, is why it's interesting that he's been defeated, not only defeated, but crushed. I mean, crushed in an election which was uphill for his opponents. They still managed, despite a whole lot of familiar things to us, like gerrymandering, like intimidation, to win a constitutional majority. It's interesting that thing can fall. But it's also disheartening for, if you happen to be on the left or in the center, if you're a liberal, you may not know how important Orban is for the American far right or elements of it. And seeing him fall is like watching a teacher go. Orban essentially educated Vance, educated Trump. He was there before they were. And I think it's painful and demoralizing for them. And there's even something more fundamental, which is that I think some of these guys got themselves convinced the way Orban does politics is the only way to do politics. Orban forever, and you'll be fine forever. And this election says, no, history goes on. Get fed up with grift. They get fed up with condescending nationalism. And at a certain point, it can all crack up.
Was there something pivotal in this election when you saw the cracking up by the electorate who showed up, had enough of this? What do you think was the ultimate crack?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, and forgive me if I mention a few things, but one is independent media. So there can be scandals, and the scandals can be suppressed by regime media or by big monopoly media. But so long as you have a few independent media, the scandals can come out. That happened in Hungary. Second, you can have a movement that connects scandal to larger forces. So there were individual scandals in Hungary. Interestingly, one of them, like had to do with sexual abuse of minors. Those scandals can be connected to the larger issue of abuse of power and corruption. And the third thing is that there was a long, I mean, you're asking for one thing, I'm sorry, but years, local organizing for 2 years before this election. And then the final thing, which you mentioned, and it's the result of all of this, is the high turnout, right? You don't get high turnout just because you exhort each other to vote. You get high turnout because you prepare and because people have an understanding of how their vote's going to matter. All that happened in Hungary. But then the turnout was so high and the margins were so great that whatever thoughts Orban might have had about not recognizing the outcome, he couldn't realize them. And so the point that, like, there's a moment, for me, the moment was about when I saw that with the vast majority already counted, the win was going to be overwhelming. Then I realized, okay, this is going to change. He's going to have to go.
Well, with so much conversation about future elections in this country, did you suspect that there would be some argument about elections and the validity of ballots in Hungary?
It was already set up. That scenario was already set up, and it was partly set up by us, by which I mean the American government. There was a whole story that Orban, again, Viktor Orban being the Hungarian prime minister who's been in power for the last 16 years and has now lost power after losing an election overwhelmingly. The Orban told a story about how there are Ukrainian secret services and they're all powerful and they've penetrated Hungary and they may be trying to fix the election. And then our vice president, J.D. Vance, went to Budapest to interfere in the Hungarian elections, basically, on Orban's side, and repeated that story. So they had done the preparatory work for somebody interfered with our elections, therefore they're invalid. So that, of course, is morally very upsetting, especially that we took part in it. But it's clear that politically it wasn't going to work. The turnout was too high. The margins were too big. And I should also say they also tried something, and this is again just like it's a little alert for things that happen in the summer or the fall. Orban tried a false flag terrorist thing. So one way you can try to rig an election is to say we've got an emergency. It was the opposition. Now we can't have the election, or now we have to ban the opposition. They tried that about a year ago. Orban said, oh, we've discovered this terrorist plot to blow up a pipeline, and it turns out it was the Ukrainians, and da-da-da-da. And the thing is, the opposition had already predicted this and inoculated the population to it, and so it just didn't really have any resonance. It didn't matter one way or the other. So there was a stunt, and one of the worst kinds of stunts, but it fell flat.
How are you interpreting his successor, Peter Magyar, and what he represents? Because he does seem to, it's a little bit, at least in my early reading of him, it seems a bit difficult to completely understand where he stands on all issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think the crucial thing, if you're in an opposition type situation, is to see him as somebody who did the work. I can't really overemphasize this point. Like if you're in the left or the American center and you're trying to figure out how to get stuff together, you have to build coalitions. And Magyar went out there and built a huge coalition, kind of book from center right almost all the way to the far left. And what the political science tells you is that if you want to win these kind of uphill elections where there's a competitive authoritarian system, you've got to do it. He's somebody, I mean, his politics are certainly evolving. He came from the Orban camp himself. He broke out publicly at the moment of the corruption scandal that we were talking about earlier, where it was revealed that the president of Hungary had pardoned someone who had been a sexual abuser of minors. And that pardon and that moment was when Magyar then gave an interview about the scale of corruption inside the Orban regime. I would say that he campaigned essentially as a kind of conservative or centrist who was quite liberal on social issues, right, including things like LGBT rights. So an inclusive conservative, but stress that the main issue is that he was campaigning for a Hungary where elections would count and where the law would matter, right? So in Hungary, the pocketbook issues of people being poorer than their European neighbors were clearly connected to the corruption issues of Orban misusing tax money and misusing transfers from the European Union. And that issue, right, that you don't like grift, that can be a center-right issue because you like law and order, but it can also be a left-wing issue because you don't like oligarchs. And I think he was able to bring those things together.
Well, I'll follow up on that part, especially the quality of life economics behind this in a moment as we bring this back to the United States. But before we get there, the United States, as you mentioned, going to Hungary, Vice President being there, it seemed to me that started to turn last week, at least in what I was reading, so that this was not a complete surprise. So it was a surprise to me that Vice President Vance was going there to campaign, knowing that this could not go the administration's way.
Oh, so much going on there. I mean, I'm not confident I understand what's going on inside the vice president's mind. I am tempted to think that he believes some of the things that he says. And if he does believe some of the things he says, he's inside a narrative according to which if you can just get rid of all of this wokery and just purge the campuses and stop talking in these nonsensical ways. Again, I'm trying to parrot the vice president. You'll find out that there's a real people on the other side and all that. And the real people, they just want far right politics. That seems to be, that's what he says. And let's imagine he believes that, which he may. Then I think that Orban was going to win, right? And this will have been something of a shock for him. If I had to bet, I bet it would be a bit of a shock. But you're right. He remember also he and Orban, they know each other personally. This is a clan relationship, right? In America, we think American politics are American, and then there's foreign affairs. But that's not how MAGA works. MAGA is it's part of an international right-wing coalition which shares money and ideas and people with people like Orban and people like Putin. So from Vance's point of view, Orban is like a brother, or he's like a teacher. He's much closer to Orban than he is to any other American, right? And this is true of Trump as well. And so even if it's like your brother or your teacher, maybe the numbers tell you one thing, but your heart is saying, oh, my guy's going to win. So there may have been that element of it as well. That said, the independent poll that Orban was down by 20 plus points when things came around, and Vance went anyway. It doesn't look like it helped. If anything, it looks like it might have hurt a tiny little bit. And we got to remember that from the outside world, I think Vance, Trump, that whole group, they basically look like grifters, and grift is not popular internationally. And the whole Hungarian campaign was basically anti-grift. And the fact that Orban could pull in his coterie of international grifters, I don't think was going to make a positive impression on anybody except his own really diehard voters. But I'm sorry, Joe, I can't finish this question without saying that as an American, I find it personally shameful that we would go to another country and we would tell people how to vote. That's deeply disgusting, and we simply ought not to be doing things like that.
I'm speaking with Timothy Snyder, of course, best-selling author. He will be honored at Literary Lights presented by the Associates of the Boston Public Library on April 26th. Well, let's bring this back home now. And of course, you have studied moments like this throughout history in Europe and now here in the United States. There are so many echoes of what you just said about Hungary that we are feeling in the United States. There's a growing sense of corruption that could be tied to the Epstein files. There's a growing concern about just the cost of living in the United States and the economics. Of course, that's exacerbated by the war in Iran and there being no ceasefire or there being no agreement with Iran at this point after the weekend. So all of that and the fall of Viktor, what does that mean for a party, an administration trying to hold on to itself when these elements are falling away?
Yeah, I think there's some deep things that are shifting. One of them is the dominance of social media over personal politics, and that social media and kind of unreality campaigns have helped people like Putin and Orban and Trump. And what we see in Hungary, and I believe we're also seeing it in the US with No Kings, is a kind of revival of personal politics and local organizing and people trying to build coalitions back in the three-dimensional world. Another thing which is shifting or which has become hard for this kind of politician is the claim that we're the ones who are for peace. So Orban said, oh, we're for peace because we want the Ukrainians to surrender because Russia is right. We're the peace guys and everybody else is the war guys. And Trump and MAGA have a similar story, like everybody else is for war, we're going to bring you peace. But then when you start fighting major wars, that story gets harder to uphold. And in the case in Hungary itself, Orban's alliance with Putin was not popular, and it wasn't in accord with the majority of most Hungarians who did understand that Ukraine was fighting a necessary defensive war. And then another thing which is shifting, which you've already said, is the connection between people being able to find the connection between elite corruption and their own standard of living. And of course, there is a connection. In Hungary, it was particularly brazen because the European Union is literally transferring money, which is supposed to go to Hungarian farmers. And Orban is finding ways to send it off to his pals. And also, it's like it's like a movie, or like Trump for that matter. They start building these ugly things all over the countryside, right? Which are sort of, physical markers of opulence and corruption. So all those things are, shifting, I think, for everybody. And that gives some hope if you want there to be change. But there's also this particular connection, which is that Orban has been propping up Trump, not the other way around. Orban's been propping up Trump, and now that's going to be gone. And if you're opposing Trump, the way that the Hungarians organized over the long term with big coalitions in public, mocking the leader, using local journalism, all that stuff, it can reaffirm some of the things that you might be doing between now and November.
To start to parse the president's behavior coming out of something like this, today we see which he's been doing, sort of engaging with the Pope in some kind of argument that the Pope largely refuses to address, at least by name anyway. And then, I don't know if you've had a chance in your academic career to look up today and see the image of him posted as Jesus that he now says is him being portrayed as a doctor that was suggesting his powers. How do you see the president crafting his image, especially coming out of this and now likening himself to Jesus, as some say, or at least a doctor in his own words?
Okay. Political analysis, and then I'm going to try the metaphysical part. The political analysis is that Trump is somebody whose whole image depends on being a winner. That is his whole story, that he was able to win, that he's a rich guy, that he's a plutocrat, that he knows how to bend the rules or break the rules. And his appeal to Americans was always something like that I'm the guy who has the secret, and you can be in on the secret so long as you're in with me. And that was always an entertainment story. I mean, it's the kind of story that Americans love. We love winners, and we love people who break the rules, et cetera. He was tapping into that. But for that story to work, it's actually easier for him to have that story when he's not in power. Because when he's not in power, like, the story's under his control. He can just make another episode of The Apprentice and fire somebody. But when he's in power, he actually takes losses over and over again. He took the Iran war, I think the depths of the American loss there are really just beginning to be understood. And then with Hungary, like he went out, he said, Orban's my guy, vote for Hungary, vote for Orban. And, I think the truth is that Hungarians just didn't listen. But from an American point of view, that's obviously been humiliating that, he went out, his son went out, Vance physically traveled to Budapest, and then they just got smacked. I mean, that was a huge electoral defeat. And so the political analysis would be, this guy is taking loss after loss. That's hard on him personally and politically. And now I think he thinks he can win with Vatican City. And honestly, I think that's a huge misunderstanding. I mean, aside and apart from the obvious talents of the present Pope, the Vatican is used to dealing with people who have military power. Like, they've been doing that for, going on a couple thousand years. This is not a new kind of contest for them. They know how to use symbols and language. And I think this is a mistake, but I think that's political calculation. Metaphysically, I want to see something a little bit deeper here. I think Trump is not fighting with the Pope. He's fighting with God. I think Trump's problem with the Pope, and I mean this in all sincerity, this is not a joke at all. I think his problem with Pope Leo is that Pope Leo is a believer. Pope Leo actually does believe, and Pope Leo is preaching from his belief. And for Trump, this is a tremendous problem, because for Trump, the essence of Christianity is worshiping an entity, and that entity is now supposed to be Trump. So I think it's actually for Trump a kind of proxy war where Leo is the proxy for God and he's actually fighting God. And if that seems exaggerated, then we just have to dwell on the image that you mentioned, which was his next step, where he literally pictures himself as, one of the Trinity, as Jesus Christ. And I was heartened. I mean, one looks for these little signs. But I was heartened to see that people who in Trump's political camp who identify themselves as Christians, that some of them at least took offense to this and said that this sort of thing ought not to be happening. And I mean, I think from a moral point of view, it's just, it's blasphemous and offensive. But from a political point of view, it reveals where he is. He's in this self-deification stage where, we have to acknowledge that he's some kind of special entity because his victories are no longer on earth, right? He's losing everything on earth. So we have to just kind of stay with him regardless.
Well, let me just end by asking you, we don't have too much time left, but I want to ask, because this seems to be an ongoing conversation that we have on the Culture Show, and that's people who don't believe that they can affect change if this is what they want to do, and not necessarily understanding the import of a No Kings rally, for instance. You just mentioned the power of conversations, of social media, and people turning out. What do you see in a couple of weeks ago with the latest No Kings March, and what you saw people do and how many people did that recently?
I appreciate that question. Yeah, I went to Cincinnati, Ohio for Kings this time, and I spoke to about 15,000 people. And I would emphasize, first of all, the joy of interacting with local organizers who are taking time and doing what they're good at, and the joy of interacting with folks who want to stand up and want to say this is not acceptable, and I've got better ideas of how the world can be. And I mentioned the joy because the joy is actually connected with effectiveness. If you're doing things with other people, you're going to feel more effective, but you also are going to be more effective. What the authoritarians try to do, what the totalitarians try to do, is to get you alone and to get you feeling like you can't do anything. And when you have that feeling, I'm sad to say it, but I'll put it directly. When you have that feeling is driving you politically in a certain direction, right? Like it's understandable. It's completely understandable. And I feel it sometimes too. I mean, terrible things happen to people around me. People I know, have been. Start to think I can't do anything. We're taking part in the process because all we have to do is the little bit that we can. If we just join, the local, whatever, indivisible, if we just go to one protest, if we just subscribe to one newspaper, if we just have one hard conversation at a bar, if we just do the little thing that we can, that will be enough. Like if enough of us do the little thing we can, that's going to turn out to be enough. This turning point in Hungary, the way that we describe it in the news, and this is understandable, is like there was an election one day and there was this huge surprising result. But that huge surprising result was the result of hundreds of thousands of people organizing and then millions of people showing up to vote. And those two things are connected, right? Elections are hugely important. And this one in November is probably the most important midterm in the history of the U.S. And I personally think it has to do with the further existence of the U.S. But the way you get to an election and winning is not saying it's up to the opposition party, it's up to the people in the party. No, the opposition party is part of a larger coalition. And you don't even have to agree with them about everything. You just have to recognize that they, along protests, along with local organizers, along with labor unions, along with other folks who come along, they are part of a transformation. They're going to help halt things and then help turn things around. So I really appreciate that question because democracy doesn't depend upon, waiting for the next election. It doesn't depend on some larger force. It depends on people just doing a little bit and recognizing that they have just a little tiny bit of responsibility. That's where it starts.
Timothy Snyder, it has been so great to speak with you today. Thank you for all of this context, especially for what's happened over the weekend. We appreciate it.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Timothy Snyder is a best-selling author and the inaugural Temerty Chair in Modern European History at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. On April 26th, he'll be annual Literary Lights Dinner sponsored by the Associates of the Boston Public Library, the group that aids in the preservation of the library's historic special collections. I checked this morning. There are just a few tickets still available for those people wanting to be there for that great night. Timothy Snyder, again, thank you. Coming up, we continue our National Poetry Month celebration with Boston's Youth Poet Laureate. That conversation is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Rolfe. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, former Governor Mitt Romney returns to Boston to mark 20 years of Romney Care. And this week, ahead of the Boston Marathon, Why I Run will share the stories behind 5 runners. The legendary Bobby Gibb, the first woman to run the marathon by crashing it, joins us to reflect on that moment 60 years ago. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. And Newport Mansions, presenting Full Circle, Richard Fleischner with David Smith, Christo, Klaus Oldenburg, Barnett Newman, and other Monumenta artists. On view now through May 3rd at mansions.org.
And Atlantic Design Center by Eldridge Lumber and Hardware. And customers achieve their vision for a new kitchen or bathroom and guiding them from design to completion with showrooms in York and Portland, Maine. AtlanticDesignCTR.com.
The GBH News app is where you want to start your day. It has the news you need, big stories, curated local coverage, no filler. Download it today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and the News YouTube channel. Eileen Shaw is Boston's Youth Poet Laureate, the city's newest ambassador for poetry. She's a young writer with plans to bring the art form into libraries, schools, and communities across Boston. Originally from Beijing, Shaw moved to Boston at age 11, and her experiences of migration, language, and belonging have shaped her poetry. Now a student at Harvard, she joins us as we continue our celebration of National Poetry Month. Eileen Shaw, welcome to The Culture Show. It is great to have you here.
Hi, Jared. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, this must be an incredible honor for you. How do you wear it?
Yeah, I'm incredibly honored and grateful for this role. I recently actually got to visit my middle school in Weston, the Meadowbrook School, and it was great to connect with the people and the school, and yeah, it's been amazing.
How did this happen for you? And we'll talk about this, as you had this move toward poetry, did you ever see a very public role like this happening for yourself?
To be honest, not really. So it was a very pleasant surprise, but when I heard about the call for the Boston Youth Poet Laureate role, I was very interested because it seemed like a great platform for me to do what I wanted to do and uplift youth voices and uplift youth engagement in the arts.
The intersection of youth and poetry.
Yeah, great question. I think poetry is for all ages, and the idea that poetry is this kind of art form that is inaccessible to youth or to people who don't speak a certain language or don't look a certain way is just, I don't think that, and I think my role as the Boston Youth Poet Laureate, in that role I will be able to hopefully to uplift more youth and expand access to poetry.
Well, at what age did it start to really resonate with you, poetry that is?
Great question. I would say very, very early on. There wasn't a single age or defining moment. Growing up in China, for school, we would have to read and memorize a lot of ancient Chinese poems, and I would say it's very different from a lot of the kind of poetry that I tend to read today, but that was one of the jumping off points for sure.
What do you think it was about the poetry you were learning, being taught, so then you're analyzing it and then memorizing it? What is it about all of that process that sparked something in you as you look back?
Yeah. I would say when you really learn and dive deep into a poem and realize that you have your entire own interpretation of this poem that becomes its own world. So whether it's an ancient Chinese poem that's very rhythmic and structured, or whether it's a more contemporary poem that has a more unique form and language, I would say you get to make it your own, and I think that's really valuable.
And how did that occur to you that, wait a minute, I can do this as well?
Wow, great question. I think just playing around with memorization, with reciting, with maybe with writing these poems that I had memorized out on the page and seeing maybe this is something I can do organically. Maybe I can produce something that's similar and in the process enjoy doing it.
And how does it come to the fore for you? Did you start writing? Did you just speak carrying on with the memorization? Is it something that became almost a chant, if you will, in your head as you were thinking about your own words and rhythm?
Yes, for sure. I think a chant would be a great way to describe it, especially because the poetry that I started out really reading and memorizing and producing was in a lot of ways very rhythmic and structured, because that was my idea of what poetry was when I was younger. I've been able, as I've gotten older and gotten exposed to more forms of poetry and literature, I've been lucky to read so many more diverse forms and ways of expressing yourself through poetry. So yeah, not just rhymed meter, but lots and lots of innovative forms.
I'm speaking with Eileen Shaw. She is Boston's Youth Poet Laureate. I'm very curious about your language background, too. As I mentioned, you grew up in China, then you came to the United States, so you have both Chinese and English. Any other languages?
Yes, I, in addition to Mandarin and English, I took French for a number of years in high school, and as well as Latin. And it's a dream of mine to one day be able to read literature in Russian. So those are kind of off to the side as well, and I hope to, really dive in and pick up those.
And what does that do for you to have all of those languages and more to come in your system and in your artistic DNA?
Yeah, for sure. I think every language has so much culture and history behind it. It's tied to cultures, different social structures and people that speak and use the language and write in that language. And it's a completely different experience to, say, read a poem in Chinese, read its English translation, or any inverse of that. So I think I'm really grateful to be able to understand these languages and read and interpret art in these languages. I think it's really beautiful.
How would you describe the difference? There's a difference in appreciation of poetry in China as you were raised on it versus how you've come to understand it in this country?
Yeah, great question. I think in China, especially because I was younger and I hadn't been exposed to more innovative forms of, say, contemporary poetry, my understanding of poetry was an art form that was largely limited to these ancient Chinese poets, most of whom were men, and that's obviously a very limiting population of authors and of readers, and there was definitely, I think, slightly less enjoyment of poetry, in the sense that we were elementary school kids. We couldn't maybe fully understand the meanings of these poems, but even then there was a lot of, I think, wisdom and interesting life lessons and just beauty to be gleaned from those Chinese poems. Whereas now that I'm older and I get to read so many more unique forms of diverse poetry, I can really incorporate those into my own work, and it's awesome because every time I read a poem that has, say, unique form or just really cool wordplay and language, I'm very inspired to incorporate some into my own work.
Do you have favorite poets or go-to writers that you will turn to periodically?
That's a great question. Recently, I've been really enjoying Elizabeth Bishop. I'm also a big fan of Wendy Rose and David Malouf. And yeah, I would say I really enjoy reading just whatever comes up. Yeah.
So you have come prepared with a poem for us today. Tell me about what you're reading.
Yes, it's a poem called Sticky, and originally I was inspired to write a poem because of my, I wouldn't say hatred, but dislike for watermelon, which I just found to be a pretty silly topic, and then I out from there. And
all right, again, this is Eileen Shaw with Sticky.
Sticky. Sticky juice on my chin. Seeds spit into grass like tiny black wishes. Flies danced in the air, but I didn't to share. The teacher asked me what I wanted to be. A lawyer, a doctor, a firefighter. I said I wanted to fly. She laughed, and the class laughed, but the flies still spun halos around my head. At the summer cookouts, at the Friday night parties, the watermelon, the stickiness stayed. Hands that couldn't wash clean. Boys called, slapped the plate from my hand. The flies buzzed back. They were never gone. I relearned that tears are salty, not sweet. On a city bench, a man with no shoes mumbled about God as he gnawed at a watermelon wedge like it was salvation. The pink pulp spilled down his face, his arms, his legs, tracing spidery paths on the concrete. Flies kissed his skin. I looked away, disgusted by my disgust. Could not escape the sticky oppression that clung to my fingers, the sick, sweet rot of August watermelon, the persistent F-sharp drone of the flies.
Eileen Shaw, again with her poem Sticky, which I should mention you recited, you did not read. This was in you. It was also first person. How much is this in you, this autobiographical?
Yeah, great question. I think there's definitely a lot of similarities between me and the speaker of this poem. Like I said, the original idea of this poem was born out of my dislike for watermelon, and I tried to convey a sense of coming of age and disillusionment with that and growing up with my poem. But I would say we're not 100% identical, but definitely some aspects of the speaker's experiences are borrowed from my own experiences.
How much are you reconciling migration that you had going from growing up in China to coming here to the United States and becoming established here?
Yeah, definitely. That was definitely in the back of my mind in this poem. And as with poetry, I try to identify either similarities between the speaker and myself, and try to imbue the speaker with aspects of what experience. So like you mentioned, moving here to America and also growing up, coming of age here, those were definitely in the back of my mind.
When you say the speaker, how do you consider the speaker? Another person, character?
That's a great question. I think another person, character, but most importantly is their voice. So sometimes it doesn't have to be a person, necessarily an animate object. And sometimes when you read poems, you can totally relate to the speaker, and sometimes it's very clear that you don't relate with them and agree. And I think that's a lot of the times that's intentional, and it's just part of the diversity and versatility of poetry.
Your poem is incredibly visual. How much do you rely on your observances, memory, photographs for your writing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think visual elements are a huge part of how I think, and especially how I remember certain memories in the past. But also other sensory details I think are important, both in writing a poem and also feeling another poem, like reading and being able to be drawn to the world of this other poem.
Now, first of all, my big question for you, you're a youth poet laureate and a student at Harvard University. How are you carrying the weight of both responsibilities?
Yeah. I think I also obviously struggle with time management, but I try to balance everything as I'm sure like all of us do. And it's a huge honor. So I'm very excited to be doing all of these duties.
And you have set out goals for yourself as the Youth Poet Laureate for what your legacy will be during this tenure. What is chiefly important to you to do right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's to be visible and to be able to provide other youth with the opportunity to experience the arts, especially poetry. And I plan on running workshops at the Boston Public Library, as well as more direct curriculum related to poetry for BPS.
Going back to what you just said about the students, and hopefully, again, this belies something you batted away just at the outset of this notion that poetry isn't for kids or students won't understand it necessarily. When you're bringing it to them, what kind of responses do you get?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think so far, when I've brought my own poetry to students, I think they're very intrigued in the sense that see someone who is younger and more similar to them, at least in age, and maybe someone who looks like them, who is writing her own poetry and sharing it with other people. So I think they feel excited about it. I shared my poem "Sticky" with some students from my former middle school, and they were very excited to talk about what the flies meant and the other symbolism in the poem. And I completely understand that poetry isn't for everyone, in the sense that not every poem is going to be everyone's favorite, but I truly believe that there is a poem for everyone. And I really want young people especially to be able to recognize that and dive more into the world of poetry.
Well, last question for you. Does poetry become the main focus of your career going forward?
That's a great question. I'm still exploring. I'm actually studying English as well as economics in college, and I'm very lucky to be a part of wonderful organizations like our literary magazine, The Harvard Advocate, and it's just a great space to be around other like-minded people who love and enjoy poetry and the literary arts. So we'll see.
Well, it all sounds very exciting. Thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your poetry with us.
Thank you so much for having me, Jared.
Eileen Shaw is Boston's Youth Poet Laureate. Again, thank you. Coming up, speaking of young people, are listening to classical music. The question is how to bring them into Symphony Hall. Director and composer Bill Barclay joins us for that and more. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
In Spain, hyper-realistic dolls that resemble human babies are gaining popularity. They're used in therapy and sometimes as props on social media.
Ya estoy en el pediatra con mi bebé Reville.
This woman is narrating a trip to the pediatrician with her doll, saying that everything's okay, it's just a routine checkup. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Middlebury College in Middlebury, Vermont, dedicated to educating thoughtful, ethical, and globally informed leaders in the liberal arts, preparing them to address the world's most challenging problems. More at middlebury.edu.
And Coco Badakian and Sons, offering antique rugs since 1938. A range of hand-knotted, modern, and antique Oriental rugs are available to view in their showroom at 808 Main Street, Winchester, or online at cocorug.com. And the Boston Speaker Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, war photographer Lindsay Addario, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. Boston.org.
I'm Callie Crossley. All too often, a lot of very important news flies under the radar. Learn about the small stories before they become big headlines on my podcast, Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Jared Bowen, this is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. The Boston Symphony Orchestra is heading into a major transition. Music director Andras Nelsons is set to leave at the end of the Tanglewood season in 2027, and that move has ignited intense debate about the orchestra's future, its leadership, and its audience. Bill Barclay argues that too much of that conversation rests on the question of who classical music is for. In a recent piece for the Boston Globe, he makes the case that the future audience live classical music is already here, and it's younger than people may think. Barclay is a writer, composer, and artistic director of Concert Theater Works, who has spent the past decade working with the BSO, creating large theatrical concerts aimed at new listeners. He joins us to talk about this moment for the orchestra, the argument he's making about the audience, and previews his upcoming concerts. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you. Thanks.
And you spent prior to that 10 years in London doing this fabulous programming. You know about programming. You know who is showing up. Talk to me about, first of all, what you think is facing the BSO in this moment where so much of the focus is on audiences are down, there needs to be a transition, and Andres Nelson's is part of that transition.
Yeah, so they, by their own reporting, have lost 40% of their audience in the last 20 years. And that decline is shared among the ecosystem in other places, and they have to do something, and they made this decision and shocked a lot of people, and they're cleaning it up. What we know is that the audience is actually here and ready to come. They just need to be inspired in certain ways to go. And one of the reasons I wanted to write my piece is because there was a study that was just out last month. Classical Pulse released a study that surveyed 8,000 people over 10 cities and showed that 55% of this country has seen a classical concert, which is more than I thought. And we like to think that the over 55s of that group are the people who are most likely to come. But actually, 59% of them have been in the last year. But among the under 45s, 89% of the people who have ever gone have gone in the last year. And almost half of those have gone up to 3 times. So it's actually the younger audiences that are driving classical music concerts. And Boston is a young town. You got 1 out of 6 and 7 people here are students. And so the audience the BSO needs to attract is here. The issue is just that they are not evangelizing the incredible properties of their music live in that fabulous acoustic space, Symphony Hall, to those audiences. And so they have a gap that they have to close, and they need their key evangelists to do that work.
How do you start to move that transition forward?
Well, the first thing is there's a major problem with classical music in general, which is that the music directors, they come in and they do, 12 to 15 weeks out of the year. And this is a BSO problem, but this is really, in my opinion, an industry-wide problem. On the theater side, you have artistic directors who practically live in their office. They're doing minimum 40 hours a week. Sometimes they sleep there, right? They're doing laps around the building. They're providing thousands of points of contact with their community just to keep the lights on. And on the classical music side, you've got a conductor who probably has 2, sometimes 3 orchestras on the go and a guest career. And it's lopsided. It's a problem that several regional orchestras have. And Boston needs to make a decision about who they're going to hire to replace Andres. And what I'm trying to seed is that perhaps we shouldn't go with someone who's busy and flying all the way around the world. We should go with someone who wants to live in Boston and wants to commit to this community and wants to make the Boston Symphony only job, certainly their primary job.
What does that person do? Because there seem to be 2 ways of thinking about this. One, you want the person who everybody else wants, and that is going to be somebody who can only come to town for about 12 weeks out of the year because the rest of the time they're conducting at the prestige halls all around the world. And we're a city that's used to having that kind of air and the caliber of the person that we've had. Or there's the thinking you have that the person sits down, but people might not be able to get beyond the conception that they can do that because they aren't so highly sought after elsewhere.
This is the thinking, Jared. And what I'm trying to say is that I think we need a new way of looking at this problem. So Boston, I'm from Weston. We're both from this area. Boston is a city that loves to punch above its weight, and and certainly in many ways it does. It's universities, it's sports teams, it's medical centers. But this is a city of 700,000 people, okay? And 1 out of every 6 or 7 is nomadic. They come in, they come out, they're students, okay? This is not a city of 7 million people. And so we think we need this big, bold-faced name, this international superstar to come in here. But actually what we need is someone to make this community feel special. Boston still has a bit of a village mentality in spite of its chip on its shoulder. And the way it needs to function with arts organizations is in a more retail way, in my opinion. We need someone who's going to be here, who's going to invest in the community. And this is no knock on Andres. I love Andres. He's my collaborator. He's one of the finest musicians you will ever meet. He's also one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. He's an angel. We finished a rehearsal of Romeo and Juliet at Tanglewood last summer, and he's got tears in his eyes. There's no one who loves music more, no one who's more committed to music. It's not his fault that he's been pulled in every direction in the world. I think discovering that it needs someone who is going to really love and buy their groceries in Boston and commit to the 1,000 points of contact that's needed for Boston Symphony to evangelize what it's doing in that hall to the public.
You, I would assume, are speaking from some experience here, from your 10 years in London working with the Globe. You're a writer, director, and programmer. You've done some fabulous projects with Mark Rylance, hugely acclaimed actor, great theater pieces. So you know how to draw people in.
I did 130 productions at the Globe, and what's amazing at Shakespeare's Globe, many of your listeners probably have been there, is that there's no fourth wall. You are inside and around the audience. You are accountable to them. You have to interact with them. You get to change your performance based on how they interact with you. There was no one who was more virtuosic than Mark, constantly changing his performance to the befuddlement of directors and actors, in response to the audience. And when the audience feels like they can change a performance and that they're invested and complicit in the performance in that way, the artists feel it too. And then you have a circuit going, and that circuit provides an experience for people. And young people know that there's an experience to be had, but they're only going to go if it's an eventful experience. They're not going to go if they can replicate it digitally. They can use it, a nice recording, a great pair of speakers, great, the Boston Symphony's on in the living room, I'm going to cook, that's fine. But they're missing by putting down their phones, getting inside a room and having experience with other people of this incredible acoustic and this symphony in a way that will actually change them. I mean, it's a sound bath in there in Symphony Hall, and we've got to find a way to connect with them and give them the experience that they know that they want.
Well, this is a good transition now to go into the Explorer concert that you're going to be hosting tomorrow, because I know your work well enough to know you're not talking about gimmicks to get people in the door. So by way of example, what will people experience finding their way into Beethoven with you and the orchestra tomorrow?
We're going to try out a couple of new things. One of which is a program called Concert Q, which was developed over at MIT. And it's very clever, and it's progressive for the BSO to be doing this. But essentially, your phone is on, and at certain points during the music, you get a little message that gives you an insight of what to listen for in the piece. And in this Classical Pulse survey from last month, 1 out of 5 said that the barrier of entry was that they didn't know enough. They didn't feel included in this world. And so this is just one way that we're trying, and it's an experiment to see if younger audiences, say under 30, they get in there and they can learn about the piece, listen to it, and does that enhance their buy-in and their pleasure, and we're going to find out.
And how are you taking through there's a particular focus. You're focusing on Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, right? So is it a deep dive?
It's a deep dive into Symphony No. 5. Inscribed above the Proscenium Arch in Symphony Hall, and it's Beethoven. And whenever I come to the hall and I look up and I see that, I smile, because it's like if they named one, it's like, why did they name him? But he still does it for me. And it's the inevitability in the music that we're trying to unpack. Is it because we've heard it so many times, or is it because he just has this shortcut to God that he can touch us in a way that the formal inventions he's creating give this incredible air of inevitability? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And the Fifth Symphony, the transition between movements 3 and 4 still gives me chills every time. It's going to be a great concert.
I want to skip around because you're doing so much. I don't know how you're doing as much as you're doing, but you have an upcoming concert with Boston Baroque. We'll move from Beethoven to Mozart. What are we finding there?
My gosh, it's the same period, isn't it? So yes, I'm directing Idomeneo for Boston Baroque, April 24 and 26. It's going up at the Paramount Theater downtown. This is a rare opportunity to see Mozart's first real hit. He was 25 when he wrote this, which is astonishing. It's opera seria. It's a sort of Abraham music story after the Trojan War. We've got some of the best singers in all the land, Jared, doing, just working with them this morning. David Portillo singing Idomeneo. David Bates are coming over from the UK. it's an astonishing cast, and it's going to be a rare, beautiful treat.
Well, I think the most exciting areas for younger audiences is this is where soap operas get their names. Stories, Jane Eaglen always talks about this with us, of course, but they're about affairs and family strife and murder. It's basically everything you're watching on Netflix right now.
It's all drama all the time. This one's very plot heavy, and so you're really strapped in, and you have to absorb a lot. I'm excited about this because the Globe I mentioned had all this high surface area with the audience, and that's really what I love. Maybe because I spent so much time there, and so I'm actually spectacle Metropolitan Opera where I'm sitting in the nosebleeds and I'm very far away. I like to be up close to these singers, and you'll get that at the Paramount. You get to really see the subtlety, and we're working with the singers on not having to make huge gestures and not having to be huge, small, and letting people into the psychology of what the characters are going through. It's a real treat to be up and close to talent like this.
And one more piece to talk about, the Boston Symphony Chamber Players in Stravinsky's A Soldier's Tale. What are you doing there? And this is overlapping. You're giving people a paradox of choice here.
April 24th, I've got 2 shows in one night here in Boston. It's going to be great. Soldier's Tale is a piece that I've staged before with Charles Dutoit Tanglewood back 10 years ago, and we're just going to read it this time with 3 of my company actors from Concert Theatre Works. Sami Rashid is going to be conducting. The score never gets old. It's pastiche. It's Stravinsky at his most wily. It has all of the contemporary music from his age that's sort of smuggled into the score with his dry, sardonic textures. 7 of some of the best performers you'll ever see from the Boston Symphony Chamber Players, the section leaders of the orchestra. So they're going to be at the top of their game, 3 actors at the top of their game. I mean, it's just exquisite music. It should be a blast.
When you're doing these pieces, are you finding the younger audiences are coming into these smaller productions that might be, we always have to counter the elitism that people might feel as they're walking into a big hall. Not to say that the BSO is doing that, but sometimes people are intimidated. Do you find it's easier to maybe bring in to smaller productions, audiences into smaller productions?
Yes, and to move around a little bit and to go to other venues. And Boston's got to try stuff right now. This is a tricky moment to get through with the symphony, but it has to try new things, and it has to experiment its way out of this and find where the new audience is. And so I applaud all these things the BSO are doing this month, with me, and every year where I work with them. Last year we did Romeo and Juliet with live sword fightings. This time it's concert cue, an MIT software package, and reading a Singspiel, with 7 people on stage. It's every time I come here, I feel like trying to reach across the divide and pull that new person in who doesn't feel included, and then give them the communion of exquisite music inside this beautiful space. It's the finest acoustic space in North America, Jared. And sometimes I feel like Boston doesn't know how lucky they are.
And of course, it doesn't come to the exclusion of all the other programming that's happening throughout the rest of the season. Bill Barclay, always great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Bill Barclay is director, writer, composer, and artistic director of Concert Theatre Works. Tomorrow night, he'll host an Explorer concert, taking audiences through Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. That is with the BSO at Symphony Hall. On April 24th, he returns to the hall, directing Boston Symphony Chamber Players, presenting Stravinsky's A Soldier's Tale, and he'll also direct Boston Baroque's annual opera. This year, it's Mozart's Idomeneo. That's April 24th and the 26th. We'll have all of these dates on our website. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for actor Bob Odenkirk and John Wick creator Derek Kolstad on their new film, The Dark Comedy Normal. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Peabody Essex Museum, presenting Edmonia Lewis, Said in Stone, a retrospective of the 19th century Black woman sculptor. More at PEM.org.
Roadshow heads to Castle Farms in charming northern Michigan in search of finds fit for a king. Guess the top find on a new episode of Antiques Roadshow, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
Do your part to support the quality news and entertainment programs you love by becoming a GBH sustaining member. Sustainers make easy monthly donations that keep the news you trust on the air, month after month and year after year. It takes just a few minutes to enroll, and once you do, your ongoing monthly support will join with others to keep this station running strong. Learn more about how to become a sustaining member online at gbh.org/sustainer.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Bar. Online at